Alright, evening everyone. I am back again for another music introduction stream. You know what? I'm sorry about this, the false start at the beginning. You know, I'm a little bit disappointed. Hang on, let me turn this down. Because it's just annoying. Right. As much as I like this song. You know what's upset me today, right? I was fine. I thought, right, okay, I need to sort out stream. I'm busy procrastinating, watching YouTube, things I shouldn't be doing, right? I think I should get started, get cracking. We've got a stream to do. And so I go on there just now to go and stream. I'm a little bit annoyed because Streamlabs just has decided to be really super greedy, right? And I'm not impressed because for the last how long I've been dual streaming, doing Twitch and YouTube at the same time, so I can chat to both sets of people, right? For me, it takes a great hassle out of it because then I don't have to like download and then re-upload the stream elsewhere. So I can only apologise to the YouTube people who watch because now, unfortunately, I have to like pull the VOD from Twitch and then upload it to YouTube because basically now I have to pay for it. So since I'm not going to pay for it because I'm not that rich, yeah, I can only apologise really, more or less. It's just okay, I don't know, I've got a message here. Yeah, so it's a bit I'm a little bit upset right now, so I can only apologise in advance, so you're not going to be able to watch it live on YouTube, people. But anyway, so plan today, what am I doing today? I have been working on that remix and another song, that 3am, for some weeks now, and it's at a point where, you know, when you hear it too much, I've got small details at this point, and I've kind of fixed the timing and I've done all these bits and pieces to it, and now I'm just adjusting the mix. I didn't think it was worth bringing that onto stream just to do another load of small details again, right? So, plus I needed a bit of a break from it, and I needed to remember that I need to have fun, because at the minute, what I've been doing is I've been trying to like blend the aim and break with a bit of liquid, and it's been like pretty, I'd say challenging to get the vibe just right, get it feeling just right for me. And I think I've almost overheard it too much. So either way, what I've got today is something new, which I literally started at stupid o'clock last night. And I thought, you know what, I shouldn't even be doing this now. Most I've done is I've created a little bit of a bass line to go with some vocals, which I found that I had on my PC, which I've obviously got at some point, and I've forgotten about. So I've got a choice between a few tracks actually. A couple of them I started. One's a bit more of a, much more of a dub kind of track, like a reggae. This one, and then I've got one more, which is a bit more upbeat, and I'm not sure which one to go about doing yet. And you know what I can do while I'm here? I can now close my YouTube screen. At least, I'll tell you what, the positive is, now I can just focus on Twitch chat, and then that's one thing, but I am going to miss the people who like watch it on YouTube, so honestly, I feel a bit crap about it, but never mind. Anyway, so basically I'm going to start something new pretty much from scratch, and I'm still deciding on what sort of drums I want and all sorts of things. I basically haven't even got that far. I haven't even got an arrangement. I've pretty much just mapped some chords, and I felt like doing something liquid. I was saying the other day, I just want to do something a bit more liquid based, so that's the plan. So what I'm going to do, let me pause this for a minute, and I will show, at least maybe, I think I've decided, I'm not sure yet, I might change project halfway through, but we'll see. So this is the plan at least, trying to work on something a bit more liquid based, and we'll see where we go from here really, see how much I can get done with it tonight. So that's basically the plan. I forgot it starts straight up. But I love the vocal, right? So I've got another one. I don't know what it is. And so really what it was just kind of, when it started off with, let me do a bit of sound design, and I'm going to make a proper-ish liquid bass, right? Like a deep one, because it sounds nice. Something I still got to work out the kinks of, to be honest. So that's what I might do. Let me start out by like trying to fiddle with the bass and get it sounding good and loud, and then we can start putting some drums in, and then maybe start making some arrangement. So I think that would be quite a nice thing to do, right? I like the sound of it already, you know. So let me do this, and just get the volume, just up it so I don't have to put the gain in later, really. How many dBs is that? Minus 3.7. If I bring it up to 0, I can always bring it down, right? Bringing it down is easier. I'm just going to bring it up, bring it to 0. And And then what we're going to do is we're going to split this into like high and low, and then we'll create a sub bass, and then we'll put that in, we'll layer it in, and then we'll start working it. But basically I heard the vocal, I was just looking through, and I thought, oh, that sounds really nice. And so that was basically the plan. I put a little, I mean, as I always do, I put a little bit of reverb and delay on it, so something I've got to sort out later. But just to give you an idea of the vibe, so I thought, why not? Let's do a bit of that. So yeah, basically, I think what's been happening of late is I've been like, what's the word? Working too hard at stuff. So I've decided, you know, I'm just going to try and just chill out and just have a bit of fun like I used to, instead of like trying to perfect something. Because really, at the end of the day, it's all about having fun. And if you're not having fun doing it, then like I clearly need a break from it. It's more work than enjoyment, and that's what I was getting upset about. So really, it's not. They're not in a terrible space, these tracks, which is the thing. It just needs a bit of work. It's just something that I've not done yet. If we do maybe, we set this at like, well, if we do -3 actually. Just so then I don't have to add so many gain plugins, because I always add up many like loads of gain plugins to try and mix it in. So I think if I just get it to a nice level now, and then by the time I start EQing it and stuff, hopefully it won't sound so bad. At least that's the theory. So let me EQ this. What do I need? I need to chop off the top end. So if we cut the highs from, I don't know, we'll do 100, and we'll split up the low end this way. With 100 this side, what have we got going on here in this space anyway? We've got not much, and then it lets me process the top end differently. So that's the plan. So if we do that, and then we're going to do that. We're going to split this first, because I design the bass, and then it's going to be something that I just leave till the last minute, and I think okay, and then I've got to try and rework it in. But I think if I do it now, I know what sound I'm working with before I start chopping it up, right? But yeah, hopefully, yeah. Sorry, I got into one because it's a big old whinge at the start, which is never normally something that I like to do. But yeah, I just had to get it out of my system. Do you know what I mean? Because I was just like, come on, Streamlabs, what the heck is that about? So yeah, basically, I had that option for forever, and now all of a sudden it's gone. I'm like, wow, that really sucks. And so they want me to pay, and I'm like, well, I'm not doing that now. Everybody's skint, man. And they just want more, and it just seems a bit greedy. I mean, I can understand if you want to stream to more than 2. Like, if I wanted to stream to Facebook, whatever, I'd get that. But, like, I was just a little bit... And you know what, fine. If I have to pay for it, I have to pay for it. But, like, I don't think the demand is there for me to justify it. So, you know, I'll upload it after the fact. So, basically what I'm doing here, I'm just monoing the bass, just to make it a bit more central, the low end. Because there is quite a bit of it. So what I might do here is just shave off the 20 as well, just to clean it up a little more. So I'm just cleaning up the size. Let me just check where the volume is here. Where is it at? Really, what I want to do now, because I like the movement, but I think there's too much movement, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little bit of compression. I like this compressor because it's got a little bit, I didn't mean to do that, a little bit of colour to it, I think is the term. And so this will just basically just cut the dynamic range a little bit for me. If I can do it without it ruining it too much, that would be great. And all I'm trying to do here is just I'm just trying to reduce the dynamic range just to give me a bit more consistency in it, right? I like the movement a lot, so I think that might well stay, but I just need to get it. And if I get the dynamic range kind of okay, well, how much am I trying to reduce? About a dB, I think. If I can squeeze off a dB, just to narrow it a little bit, it just makes it a bit easier to level into the mix. And so I've kind of got like a target level I'm trying to get to. Let's say I'm trying to get it, maybe the sub bass, somewhere between... maybe somewhere between around -6-ish. That's kind of where I wanted to sit with my reference of -6, just because that's where I want to sit with the drums. I want it to be kind of a loudish, and I think that maybe will do. It's very difficult. So let me see what's going on with the top end as well, because I need this to get this one. This one anywhere between -6 and -12 for the mids already. So this maybe needs to come up a couple of dB, I think. But before I do that, let me add some effects on the top end. So what we'll do is we'll quickly grab this. Let's add a bit of depth to it, because at the minute we've got no space. It's very close. So I'm going to just add a bit of reverb. I'm just going to EQ it again, to be honest, because I don't want too much. I don't want too much low end to build up. So let me go here. I'm just going to chop it at 120 again. Maybe a bit of chorus as well. I'm almost tempted to make that ascend, if anything. It's not too bad. Right, let's get the volume up. There's no context in this mix right now, so you have to apologize. Literally from pretty much bare bones from scratch. So the other ones I got are kind of half finished. This was like the closest I have to like nothing. Okay, that's not too bad. Not too bad. Got a little bit of depth to it. Now if I put this on.
That you will never let go. Oh, I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you will never let go.
Bring this down a little bit. It's so inconsistent. That's the problem. Maybe I need to squash it more. Let's squash it down more. Let's cut the dynamic range more. So now we're swinging how much? We're literally swinging about 6 dB now. Yeah, so we've got about a 6 dB swing. Let's see if we can chop some more down. Really have to squish this way down. That's one, maybe a few dB would be nice, I think. Overall. That's the swing here, that's what I'm trying to get to. It's got 9, between 9 and 12. Just about. It does dip right down, but. Massive gain reduction here, but it's not too bad. I think if I could actually afford a little bit more. Really crushing it now, and then I'll turn it up. So now we're literally about 2 or 3 dB. So now I bring this up. Let's try and get about -12ish for now. mix it by ear.
I can hear your voice like an echo.
There is such a thing as too much sub bass, right?
Tells
So
me that you will never let go. I can hear your voice like
I kind of like where the vocals sat here as well. I just worry that it's going to I've cut this too much.
tells me that you will never let go.
So if we've done that, let's add a couple dB here.
I can hear your voice like an echo. Tells me that you will never let go.
It's just a little beautiful bit of vocal, right? What's it called? Let's get this into the mix bus as well. Let's sort this out. I need to start adding some drums, and then we can start getting this idea together, I think.
I can hear your voice like an echo. Tells me that you will never let go. I can hear your voice like an echo. Tells me that you will never.
Yeah, so basically I made this bass line based off of this I think it's the chorus. I just found it randomly. I don't know if anyone's used it before, but I don't really
Feel
care.
you beside me when I close my eyes. And sometimes I feel like I am losing my mind.
It sounds really nice. It sounds really nice. So let's process the vocals a little, just to start with, and then I'll start choosing some drums. At the minute, I don't know whether I want to put in a name break or if I want to use, which I haven't used for a long time, some modern synth sort of drums. I've not used any for a long time. It's tempting to do another one, but I do love using the name break. But I think maybe because I've done so many with a name break, maybe I need something a bit different. And I've been really trying to mix that and make that work. So I think I might do something just a little simpler, because it's a little easier to control. All the parts of the break are just easier to manage. I don't have to it's not as much care in what I'm trying to do here. I suppose it's just easier. What's this one called? Let me go find it. Drop gun. Right, here we go. Beautiful vocal though. Beautiful vocal. It's really nice. It's really nicely processed as well. It's already like a lot of it. It's all been compressed and everything already. It's just pretty. It's pretty not overly dynamic, you know. Where is it? Vocal. Here we go. Yeah, 140. I just went through. I just looked through what I had at 140 because I was just feeling like I wanted something a bit more chilled. Is the term. So let me grab this. What have we got?
But I can hear your voice like an echo.
That's the one. So this is the one we got here. So if I grab this and I go vocal chorus 1, right? And then if I play this out like so, if I make sure it's lined up, if I do that, where did it start like this? See, this is a little downside with some of the vocals. It's that they're not lined up exactly how you need them. So you have to do a little fiddling around. Not so easy in this one. But I don't know yet if I want to use this in a sampler. I'm not sure. But we'll see. We'll see. Where do we go? We're literally up to here. Okay, now hopefully if I add that to here.
I can hear your voice like an echo.
Oh, we got a problem already.
But I can hear your voice like an echo.
Needs to be here, that's why. So it needs to, oh man, what a pain. Right, here we go.
But I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you will never let go.
Super loud. Maybe not the worst
But
thing.
I can hear your voice like an echo.
Do I need a de-esser is the question.
Tell me that you will never let go. But I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you will never let go. But I can hear your voice like an echo.
that a
that you
lot.
will never let go. Oh, but I can hear your voice
I
like
like
an
that. I like that a lot. Right.
echo.
That's not even. I haven't done anything to it. That's just a de-esser, right? So I'm just taking the edge off. Just wait a second. Just sort that trick.
Oh, but I can hear your voice like an echo.
But the de-esser, for those who don't know, is literally as it sounds. It's like this and the t's and all that you'd say that the mic really picks up. It just rounds out because they spike quite a lot in the vocals. So at the minute, I'm reducing how much dynamic range is there. So if we call this dry, I'll call this Fox 1 dry. Fox. I'm quite enjoying this Reese though. It's sounding nice. I think I can make it a little beefier, but we'll work on that. Maybe this could be a little louder. But this is in relation to the vocals, so I don't want to go too crazy and set too much too soon.
Tell me that you will never let go. Oh,
that feels nice there.
But I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you will never let go. Oh, but I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you will never let go. Oh.
Not too bad. Not too bad. I'm liking it. It's good. You know what? It's nice. Do you know what it is? I think half of the battle is just having something different to work on. Fox 1 FX. Right. And so we've got an FX and then we want a mix. Fox 1 mix. Because this is going to be very much based around vocals. I do like the Reese is sounding nice. So that's something I can't complain about too much. That sounded okay. In here, what I'm going to add is a little bit of, I don't know if I want, I almost want a separate, I can add a bit of delay. What did I have here? I had quite a nice delay in here. I think it's just a regular delay. Yeah, just a regular delay. I didn't do anything fancy there. It just sounds quite nice, but I think we can make it sound better. I think it's make it sound a little better if we do it proper with a send and everything, right? So, kind of, do I want the FX in here? Technically, it's an FX. I should really do that. And then I should add the reverb on as well. And then what I'll do is I'll send a dry in. Send this one to both the dry and the FX. The dry, I should take a peak controller from. Alright, this we want to make like super wet. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? This is literally going to be reverb on its own. So we're just going to call this dry 1 FX verb, right? Then we'll take this one. We'll call that. We'll do a delay in here. This is what we're going to do. So in the dry, we'll do the delay, just because I don't want that to get lost in the reverb, and I think I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that, and I think let's do this. We have the reverb. Let's add in a bit of EQ. It's 100% wet, so we're going to use this as a send to like sit in the back. Why is that so loud all of a sudden? Why are you so loud? What happened? Have I turned something up by accident? That's weird. That's proper weird. Apologies if I've definitely wrong. Okay. Ready? Let's get the side chain out. chain. So all of this is doing is going to duck. It's loud. It's super loud. We're going to duck the vocal, the reverb from the dry vocal. Very simple trick. No, we don't need quite as much.
Like an echo. Tell me that you will never let go.
I think I could actually. Let's bring you down a dB.
But I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you will never let go. But I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you will never let go.
So the trick is with getting a vocal set in a mix, right? The whole, well, at least my objective is to sit. It sits somewhere between above the bass, below the drums. So all these rules I'm trying to keep in my head while I'm working this thing, just to try and keep it straightforward and not overthink stuff.
But I can hear your voice like
and then
an
we'll
echo.
get into the specifics later. So
Tell me that you will never let go.
I'm going to try and make the reverb a bit more
But
airy.
I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you will never let go. But I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you will never let go.
So now if I just listen to the reverb,
But I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you will never let go. But I can hear
this
your
is why it's so loud, because that's going through here as well. Not clever. Okay.
But I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you will never let go.
Just making sure I don't boost and cut.
But I can hear your voice like an echo.
And so what I'm doing here really is I'm just
Tell me that you will never let go.
trying to give the vocal a bit more movement, I suppose.
But I can hear your voice
Just cut out some of the lows just to try and clean up a little. It's pretty clean, like it just really just tighten it a little bit.
But I can hear your voice like an echo.
It really opens up a bit more presence.
Tell me that you will never let go. But I can hear your voice like an echo.
Just because that's what I like. I like my airy vocal, right? That's what I do. So forgive me. So I can always take it out, I suppose, but you know, I think that sounds quite nice. Maybe it needs a little more low if I take too much out here. A bit richer.
But I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you will never let go.
Okay, now that I'm not too bad, right? Let me save it for now. Let's get some drums selected, shall we? Aim and break or standard drums? What's the choice? I haven't done standard drums for a long time. I'd say standard drums. They're not really standard. Where's it gone? Why won't it show? Come here, drums. Drum. There we go. Right. That's not what I want. That's sampler. What am I doing? Wrong one. Drums. Here we go. Drum rack. Gosh, it's been a hot minute. Right, here we go then. Let's try and look for a kick, right? Let's get my... This is the wrong one. I need this one. I need my bass line. And I need... Is it going to work? There we go. Let's find a kick that works, shall we? Do we like that kick? I don't know. I kind of want something thumpy but not too heavy. Just trying to find something in between. That's quite heavy. Super heavy, man. Wow. No way. Alternatively, I could go find something in key, because what we're working F minor, I believe. Yes. So, and honestly, I can't wait to get a little keyboard. It's gonna make my life so much easier. Like, it's not an essential, but it's what do I need? I need an F, maybe. Yeah, it's not essential, but like it would certainly make my life a little easier. Should we try it? It's not bad, but it's just not, it doesn't feel right. Really, most of it's going to be in the snare selection, I think. I do like that. It's a little heavy though. E, oh. A little bit higher pitch. It's F sharp, that's why. We don't want F sharp. Where's my there it is. Grab this. Not bad, that feels a bit close to what I want. Let's put the vocal in for context. Maybe a slightly heavy kick is what I want. It helps if I actually do this right. Okay, let me.
Like an echo. Tell me that you will never let go. But I can hear your voice like an echo.
2 kicks, 1 kick, I don't know yet.
Tell me that you will never let go.
And this is the trouble that I have with those synth kicks. It's knowing what kind of vibe I want. I've got a whole bunch of kicks here. Definitely a shorter kick.
But I can hear your voice like an echo.
Or maybe not. Let's get a snare. Let's find a snare.
Tell me that you won't ever let go. Oh,
That's too light, that kick's way too light.
but I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't ever let go. Oh, but I
This
can
one,
hear your voice like an echo.
maybe this one. Maybe this one. Find a snare.
That you won't ever let go. Oh, but I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't ever let go. Oh, but I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't ever let go.
That's a nice snare. That's a nice snare.
Oh,
Let's try this. Here we go.
but I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't ever let go. Oh, but I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't ever let go. Oh,
Needs a bit of
but I
reverb on the
can
snare.
hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't ever let go. Oh, but I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't ever let go. Oh,
Horrible snare.
but I can hear your voice like an echo.
Got more. Let me go and have a look. Gosh. All of this, this is what I don't like. I know where I am with the name and break, but this one, completely different vibe. You know, it really just, oh man.
But I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't ever let go. Oh, but I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't ever let go. Oh, but I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't ever let go. Oh,
Kind of works though, to be fair.
hear your voice like an echo.
It's a little heavy for my taste, but
Oh, tell me that you won't ever
what
let
if we swap this one out?
go. But I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't ever let go. Oh,
That's nice for a rim shot.
can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't ever let go. Oh, but I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't ever let go. Oh, but I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't ever let go. Oh, but I
Kind of,
can hear
kind
your
of.
voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't ever let go.
I almost want to swap these snares over, you know.
Oh,
What about this?
but I can hear your voice like an echo.
Hi Tracy. What palaver am I trying to use? Oh, what palaver am I trying to use the app? Do you know? Oh, it's taking you almost half an hour. Oh dear, good. Oh good, yeah. Do you know what? I can't, I've had a little disaster as well. Because what was I saying? Yeah, they've I can't stream on YouTube at the same time as Twitch now because they want me to pay for it, so I'm a little bit upset with that. A little bit. I went on to stream, you know, I thought I'd get myself set up, ready to go, and I thought I started the stream. It didn't work because like a YouTube didn't pop up, and I thought, why hasn't it popped up on YouTube? So I'm trying to look at my YouTube chat, like there's nothing. Yeah, so that was it's a bit of a shock today, so that just literally happened all of a sudden. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I know. You know what? People getting greedy, do you know what I mean? And I thought, it wasn't too bad. It's like, you know, I've done a little bit of streaming on YouTube, but it's not really a mainstay. So yeah, basically now, what I have to do is download the VOD from Twitch and then upload it to YouTube. So that's what I've got to do later. But that means I've got to get into a whole ball game of editing, which is something that I just don't have time for. So I'm a little bit like not overly thrilled by that prospect, if I'm honest. Let's do snare 2. We'll do a second snare for this. So I feel like this is not a bad snare. Oh, whoops, not a bad snare to have. But I also feel like I need to amend a snare as well, which would be this one. So if I grab that, and then if I call this OS LMN snare short, and what we'll do is we'll tighten this snare up. But yeah, I felt like doing something a bit different. I thought, you know what, I need it was bugging me doing those other tracks, you know what I mean? Like, just because I've been working them too long, I need a little break, and I'm just really down to mixing now. And I'm pretty sure, if I look at this now, I'm pretty sure everything should be sat like where I want it to sit. So this is the advantage of using like sample drums, okay, instead of a sample break. It's just much more consistent, I think. What have we got here? This one's way louder. That's not what's supposed to happen. We are +3. Oh dear. So something is too loud. I'm not sure which one it is yet. The kick, maybe? It looks like the kick. If I pull that down 3 dB, there's something wrong here. This is not right. Yeah, that's -3. Why are you at -3? And my bass is at something else. Here we go.
But I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you won't ever let go. But I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you won't ever let go.
Around.
But I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you won't ever let go.
It's definitely a tight snare. Let's put this back in.
Like an echo. Tell me that you won't ever let go.
Not too bad.
But I can hear your voice like an echo.
Ah, well, I appreciate that. Thank you, Vesuda. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, don't worry, I'm stubborn, but I do appreciate the positivity. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Just trying to sort out some drums so I can eventually get this thing sorted out. What I do need is I need shakers and tambourines, because that's something I need. Shaker. Looks like I'm just looking at this evening. We'll chat tomorrow and see how much you get done. Yeah, no problem, Tracy, no problem. I'll still be here. Shakers. No worries. Well, have a good evening. I'm just gonna see if I can get a drop constructed, then I can start arranging. That's the plan. Yeah, welcome to the stream, anyone who's tuned in. I do appreciate your company while I'm working this out. Shakers would be good. Let's try and find a shaker, nice one. I also need to sort out a tambourine as well. And a hat. I've got no hats. Let's get this shaker in, shall we? Maybe a shorter one. I do like the sound of it, but it's a bit long. Is this something I want to edit, or do I just want to pick a different shaker? Sold on it yet. Not sold on it yet, but my drums are at minus 3, which is shocking. I also don't have a sidechain in here, so I should probably sort that out. I know you still need a sub bass, no problem. The layer in here. Minus 3. It sounds alright to me, but I haven't tested it on the other speaker yet, so this is really the acid test. So what should I do? Let's add a sidechain in first. Or the low end especially. Let's sort that out because that's not done. More for groove than problem. It doesn't sound like too much of a problem right now. If I start to push the volume, it's going to become a huge issue. Get some hats going. Let me zoom. Let me zoom. Why don't we zoom? There we go. It's a nice groove there. I like that. Bad. I like this hat. Mix it in. The wrong bus. Again, I'm putting the wrong bus. What am I doing? In all the wrong places. I've created these things in a template for a reason. I'm not using it. Hearing these hats on this headphone, that's for sure. Maybe a different hat. It's a little bit, got a bit too much ring to it. No processing on it, so it's all very dry at the minute. Just bear with me while I put this together. Alright, let's see if we can start some shaker, shall we? What shaker do I want? It's almost like a shaker anyway, so I might have to swap it out. Shaker, let's see. know, it just adds a little bit of energy to it, do you know what I mean? Like, it's actually really nice. Let's sort out a little bit of velocity to make it feel like it's being played by a person. Almost want to put a snare roll in it, to be honest. Too much Hammond work. I don't have the tambourine, not done that yet. Call this hi-hat. That's horrendous. No. It's so bad actually I just stopped. Jeez, wow. Okay, not bad. So what I want to do, copy this, grab this, double, paste. And we maintain the same velocity groove, right? Let's add that to his bus. Oh. Hey! You alright, man? How's it going? How's it going? Welcome back. Welcome back. Good to see you. How you doing, mate? Attempting to make some liquid, right? That's the plan. It's way loud, man. Will that work? It should do. It's a little loud. What have you got there? Hang on. Got 10 people looking at me after starting back and doing dumb shit on stream. Okay. Okay. What kind of stuff are you doing on stream, dude? I didn't even know you stream, man. I didn't even know you stream. I do try and catch other people's streams, but like most of the time, if I'm not working, it's like it's difficult. Like between work and everything else, I don't have a lot of time, but I do try to make some streams when I can. Usually while I'm at work. Playing XCOM 2 and saying dumb stuff. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, you play XCOM 2 on stream as well? Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. What do you do? Do you do? I'm assuming you got War of the Chosen and all that jazz. You look at the E logo. You missed it 89%. Yeah. Yeah. What's the matter? I do love XCOM. To be honest, that's like one of my all-time favorite games. I would say. It's really like it's good. It's good. They've done a good job with it. So this is what I also do. I also do a bit, not only XCOM, But like, to be honest, I do. I love it as well. They're just bad if it's and sick beat. Oh, thank you. They're just bad at sick beat. Oh, I don't know. XCOM. I think it's hard to be bad at XCOM because like it's almost like I want to say I know it's not true, but I'd like to think that sometimes the devs are like they're watching someone play and they're like, how can we fuck with this game? And then all hell kind of breaks loose. And it all goes horribly wrong. And I don't think it's us making bad decisions. I think it's just sometimes the game likes to level it out for dramatic purposes. Yeah, exactly. That's why I like it. It's like a thinking game. Do you know, partly because I can't keep up with the youngsters on like Apex and stuff. Their Twitch reactions are far too fast for me now. I used to be there, but now I'm too old. I can't keep up. So I've resigned myself to playing only strategy games. And that's after I'm doing this. But yeah, basically, outside of that, which I started, I played, but I never streamed it before. But yeah, this is my mainstay, is like producing music. I had to reload because I got sandwiched by a shifter. A shifter? What's a shifter? Ah, the flipping marshmallow dudes. Yes, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I hate them. Because I'm not really a fan of any of the monsters. So I'll be real. Right, let me sort out my percussion. I need some reverb and some cool effects on the percussion. So percussion verb, right? I'm gonna do percussion dry, and then we're gonna feed that back into the bass. Percussion dry, and then what I'm gonna do is if I take this percussion out of this drum bus can trigger here. And then we're going to feed that all into like another bus, which is like everything combined. But we're not going to do that just yet. So let me get percussion. We're going to put percussion into the dry. Is that the dry bus? Is that the verb? And that's the dry. Okay, so this is verb. Then we're going to add in a reverb here. Just a sec. But yeah, I thought I'd start some new track tonight. So that was the plan. Yeah, the marshmallow dudes, man. They're an absolute nightmare. Like, and it's always, you know, they're always lurking about because the civilians will act weird, and you're like, why aren't you running away like everyone else? And it's just then all of a sudden it's like, and you're like, oh, here we go, the arse wipes are here. Oh dear, I got told they had a narrator voice, and yeah, no, you got a narrator voice. Oh, very good. That's a good thing. It's nice to have someone with a fellow voice, but my narrator voice isn't that cool. It's the tall, slim alien support that can mind control. Oh, the little pink dudes. They're not even my like at the start. They were a freaking nightmare, man. I saw them. I'm like, no. Do you know what happened? One of those little people, like, mind controlled one of my awesome. He was what was he? He was a grenadier, right? And he had I just upgraded him. He's got his cool minigun. It just upgraded. I was like, yeah, let's do this mission. I'm sure it's an XCOM mission. It's always an XCOM mission, right? XCOM, like, rescue this dude. I'm like, okay. I go in. My guy's on the roof. I'm like, that's fine. I'll go kill him. He mind controls him from, like, left field. And then my guy, like, wipes out, like, 3 of my team. Like, my awesome dude. And I'm like, and then it's just, that's what happens. And that's what I hated about them at the beginning. And then outside of that, it's the priests, guys. Man, I was so pissed. I was like, and you know what as well? Because you know when you just get to that point where they just start to get awesome. And you're like, oh, and they're cleaning house. Every time they go in, you're like, this is my best squad. Right? You can't wait for them to be recovered so you can send them out on a mission again because you know you're going to win. And then they get mind controlled. And I'm like, come on, dude. Like, it just, it's painful, man. It's a painful experience. It's stressful. It's stressful as well, especially when it's your own guy. And it happens to be your own guy, and they never critical shot, but when it comes to shooting your own team, they critical shot all the time. Just bam, one shot, he was dead. I couldn't believe it. Like, just massacred my whole team. And then it's like, what do? Do you put him down? And if there's no way, I think actually what happened in that mission, I can't remember, maybe I'm wrong, but I think on that mission, this sticks in my head because this is how sore it was, right? He nearly killed my Reaper, and then What happened? I can't remember. Yeah, he nearly killed my Reaper, and I think I had to abandon him. I think he died in the end. I think I broke the mind control, and then one of the aliens killed him. And so, like, he killed 3 of my own team and killed the guy that was mind controlled. And I kind of limped through the mission. It was raw, man. Absolutely raw. It's difficult to it's difficult to, you know, be calm in situations like that. Like, honestly, like, what was it, last week I was playing, and hang on, sorry. Yeah, last week I was playing, and then what happened? That red dude, the red super powered thing that comes along, that absolutely wrecked me. I lost like my entire squad, and it happened over and over again. And I think I've lost, like, I keep building up like an A-team squad, and then even the what are they called? Like, there's the there's like a superpowered berserker dude. There's a superpowered snake guy, right? I did those two, no problem. Okay, they bruised up my guys a little bit. The snake guy, to be fair, wiped out one of my entire squads. Like, they were all captured or dead. Like, the entire team. One of them, I think it was a sniper that escaped. So always a sniper gets out. So that wiped out a team. But yeah, the red guy, the flying one, man, he absolutely wrecked me. Like, I didn't expect it, because I pretty much kicked his ass the first time, and he got away. And he had like 10 health, right? There wasn't hardly anything left. He come back in a mission, and this all happened on Sunday. So he came back in a mission. I'm like, okay, this is no drama. It should be quite an easy job. And he appeared. I thought, oh no, not so bad. Before I saw him, the mission was going great. Like, I was kicking ass, taking names. I thought, got this in the bag. He showed up, and within 3 turns, all of my squad was dead. Like, all of them. And then it was basically, I sacrificed my last guy with a grenade to kill the guy, because I thought, I can't let this happen again. So I thought I might as well at least take it out. And so, yeah, it was a mission failed. Completely failed. Every time at XCOM mission. Every single time. Outside of that, normal mission, generally it's not too bad. But, like, XCOM mission is basically certain death. And that's what I've learned. Because every time I've had one, I've failed the mission. It's been... And I don't know if it's just me. Maybe I've got worse at the game. But, like, it's pretty brutal. It was almost game over as well last week. It was just a field of emotions again. Like, every weekend, they, like, try and... what's the word? I don't know what the word is. It's just devastating. I can't handle it emotionally. It's wrecking me. And that's why I think maybe they're interfering with my game, because it's just too dramatic. Sometimes it's about luck and such. And if you want to see me get oofed, yeah, I did it today at 1:40. Okay, yeah, I'll have a look, man. I'll have a look. Can I do /follow from in here? I didn't know you streamed, but yeah, definitely I love XCOM, man. So let me have a look. Hang on. Can I do it from here, or do I have to be in like Twitch? Follow BT Darky. Okay. Yeah, man. Oh no, I can't. All right, hang on. Let me go into Twitch, because otherwise, if I might say I'll forget. But like, I'm not as young as I used to be. Let me do. How do I do this? Okay. Let me. If I do that, how do I... Okay, good. Right, okay. So it's BT. I'll watch this later when I can't sleep. There we go. Gotcha. There we go. Right, yeah, nice. I'll have a look. Oh, you stream at 3. So I might be able to... If you stream at 3, I may be able to watch you while I'm at work. That'd be really cool. That'll be something I can watch. There you go. You're giving me some afternoon entertainment for myself. Very good. Right, what am I doing? Adding reverb to percussion. That's what I'm doing. Have I done this the wrong way around? What have I got here? Rename. That's percussion dry. So why is that one so quiet? Because this should be in here. Percussion mix, right? So this is percussion dry. Where's my percussion dry going? Percussion dry. Why is this so freaking quiet over here? It's still coming out from somewhere, that's why. This is why, look at it, you see? This is why it pays to check, because they're all going in the wrong buses. There we go. Now this one could go out of here now. Oh dear, that was a stressful moment right there. I thought, what's going on? Right, that's reverb. That is dry. So now I turn the reverb down. I like that snare just coming in, to be honest. this snare. Why are you hiding? Where's that one? What a mess. I've made a mess of my drums, man. Where's that snare coming from? It's this one, right? It is this one. Snare 2, that's why. Look, it's on its own. Yeah, this one, that's the chorus. So basically, I found some vocals that I've obviously acquired at some point, and I thought they sound awesome. It's supposed to be trap, right? That's what the vocal is advertised as. It's a trap vocal, but like I think it sounds much better as liquid drum and bass. So since I've been itching to make like a proper liquid tune for a while, at least liquid with modern drums, not with me trying to like smash in an aim and break, which is what I always do. I thought it'd be a nice thing, you know, just to like kind of put it in there. I think it sounds good anyway. So let me figure out why this isn't playing now. What have I got here? Because now my kick isn't. Oh, do you know why? Because I was supposed to put in a different drum bus, right? This is drum bus combined. Okay, so what's going to happen in here? But that's good. If you like it at this stage, because I've barely done any work to it, so that's not too bad. I'll take that. And then the percussion mix should go into here, but the percussion is like super loud. Why is it so mega loud? What's going in here? The drum bus out to here, percussion into here, because percussion is like mega loud. So we got reverb, dry. I am confused as to why the kick is so freaking loud. It can't be this, is it? It is. So there's some weird things happening here. It shouldn't be this loud. It's almost like I've got a clipper on, but I don't have a clipper on. Let's have a look. What's going on with my volumes? Something's proper wrong. I'm trying to figure it out, but I'm not entirely sure why I've got a plus 3 dB coming out of here. I shouldn't have a plus 3 dB. But I do, so what I'm going to do is stick a clipper on the end. I should chop off anything that's too loud, in theory, like so. Is it techno dubstep? It's kind of a half-time. Well, it's drum and bass basically. It's drum and bass, so it's before. It kind of technically dubstep. So dubstep was kind of like an offshoot of drum and bass. So that's technically where it is. See, now I can do some cool stuff like this. Now I've got like drums kind of in the way. This is what I like. This is what I find fun. So this is what I do when I'm not playing a game. This is my main jam. So let's see. Let's see if I can make a track. Because the problem is I've got so many that I'm working on, but like they're not finished, you know? And it's hard to... So now there's all whole kinds of cool effects that need to go in here now. So this is clearly a drop, right? This is gonna be some kind of build up. We need to like put it in. So that's something I've got to do. So let me go and get this. I need to turn my heating off as well, because it's actually not freezing tonight, which is super annoying because I don't actually have a thermostat in this place. It sounds like it's the most basic thing, right? But like a thermostat is amazing for not having your house like overheat, but I don't have that luxury because this place, it's got one, but it's just for decoration. It's kind of so if I call this vocal build up, I think it's kind of technically there, but like I do want to chop some stuff, so I'm going to put it in the sampler and then I'm going to chop the heck out of it, because I need to make something for a second drop. I don't want two of the same. So we'll get to that. It will make sense in a moment. Like, once I figure out getting this lined up. Let me... Oh no, that's a horrible one. We don't want that one. I don't know why people do that. They think it sounds cool. For me, I'm not all about that weird detuned double. I like the nice, clean vocal, you know. Maybe I'm just boring like that, but that's how I like it. Here we go. Is this the one?
Don't have.
Yeah, I mean, that, for me, just sounds way more, like, just nicer.
Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go.
So now that's the effects that I need to put on it, but I haven't got that far yet. So basically, plan is, what I'm going to do, this is cool. I can already start doing this. We'll do a build up here, right? We'll do a build up here. We've got proper drums here. We go shaker. We've got hi-hats here. Does that work?
Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go.
Sounds cool. We've got to move this out of the way. There's too much going on. Stop. Shh. What we're going to do is, I would normally use a high pass filter. I'm a little bit wary of a high pass filter at the minute because I've experienced some bugs with it. But I think I can make it work as long as I don't like start loading too much in. But we'll use the high pass filter. We're going to automate this. This is where the awesome sauce starts to start to flow, because we're starting to arrange now. So let me go drums, high pass filter. So right, you'll see. I love this. This is what I get excited about. It's really sad. It's super nerdy, but like, it's so cool being able to make your own music, because it's something that I get tired of hearing the same stuff on the radio, and I decided, like, you know what, life is too short to not do it. So I love doing it, and it's just a lot of fun. And this program's free, by the way. Like, not all the plugins I use, but like this plugin's free, obviously. But yeah, I mean, like, I like to try and show what I'm doing, because like, if someone else wants to do it, like, all power to them. I think I love it. It's super fun. And it gets all that creative energy and like whatever mood I want to convey or a message. It's nice.
Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go. Don't ever.
And this is how we can use filters.
Don't ever let go.
To make a drop. And what we're going to do here, let's sort this out. Oh, I'm getting excited now. Right, okay, let's move this over here. We'll create, what I need is, what do I need in this drop? I need a, here we go. I know what I'm going to do. Right, here we go. I've got an idea. Ideas are forming. I love doing this. Where's my delay? We'll do a delay. We'll get rid of, we don't need all the delay there. We just need this bit. And what hopefully should happen.
Don't ever let go.
Okay, get in there. Maybe I should reset that back like this. And then I want, so I've just got to set up a whole bunch of automation. So what I want to do is drums, effects, delay, mix. Is I'm just going to put a bit of delay in, because what I'm just trying to build a drop. I've got to put in a whole bunch of sound effects, and it will suddenly start to make sense. But at least I've kind of got some kind of intro coming in. We'll do a drop. I don't know what I'm going to do for a breakdown. I've maybe going to have to load up a different sound. Maybe a patch that I've done before. But let me find a delay mix. And this is really the power of like music. Like, once you figure out how it kind of works, it's all about tension and release. And once you figure out how to do all these cool sounds, it's kind of like just whatever ideas come to your mind, really. And that's what I love about it. It's just, right, if I do this, and let me do that. So hopefully...
Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go. that you
one.
will never let go.
Do you know what's missing here is the freaking bass.
But I can hear your voice like an echo. Feel you as you
Ah, too many voices. Jeez. Keep it tidy. Right, here we go.
don't ever let me.
Oh, it's too many voices.
Don't ever let go.
So this, what I need to do, let me sort this out now, because if I don't do it now, it's going to keep winding me up. So I'm trying to not swear. I try not to swear. It's difficult sometimes. Right, add vocal build up. Add that to a bus. Let's grab the processing. I think I can actually use the same processing through here. I think it'll be alright. So if I go, where does that go? Vox 1 dry, yes, then into FX, and that should come out here. So
Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go. Don't.
now to make the tension build up, what I'm going to do is I love using high pass filters. This is just something I just do all the time. I think I might need to put another set of shakers in, but we'll figure that out when we get there. But first, let me go. Where's this vocal? So build up high pass, build up. Just labeling it for my, so I know where I am. If I go like this, grab that high pass, something like this. I don't know if I want to do it the other way, but I think this should work. Something like that, maybe. And even more, because what I don't have in here is there's too much sub bass, right? So what we're going to do, all of these things that you have to do to make an end result which sounds halfway decent, this is what this is all about. Let's go here. We're going to chop out the low end. This is what's technically known as a high pass. So what happens here is, if I show you, I can demonstrate this now. What's going to happen, it's going to sound so cool. As we play like this. So we'll sit about here, and then once we put more sound effects in, slowly open it up, right? Then we open it fully. That's kind of the plan. There we go. Too much sub, just turn maybe an echo in the background. Yeah, this is the plan. So I'm getting there. How are you doing, Ishi? How you doing, dude? Too much sub, turn everything else up. Absolutely. The goal is to get everything at plus 12 dB. That's not true, but like, I'm just being humorous. Please don't do that. Jeez. Please don't do that. It's taken me a while to figure out how to do this in the first place. Like, don't do that. It's a terrible thing to do. I'm sorry, mate. I meant plus 20, plus 24, right? That's where we're going. That's where we live, right? Oh, goodness. Right. Let me, what am I doing here? I need to do a high pass. So we're going to do the high pass with an actual EQ. Mid bass high pass. Right, okay, so this is my Reese bass. So what I should be able to do here, grab the automation. How's life, dude? How's it going? Is it going well? Hopefully it's going well. Let me just sort out my business here. Right, let's do something like, oh gosh, that's probably like super high pass. I don't even know how that's going to sound. Let's do it right here. Yeah, absolutely wiped it out completely. Headroom is for stinky boomers. Yeah, no problem, Darky, no problem. Sounds quite fun, right? I like this. It's heading in the right direction. It's kind of like, you know what I wanted to do? Something that just wasn't complicated. Because I've been trying to like mesh like liquid and aim and break, and it's technically very difficult. Like it's just fiddly. It's fiddly to make it sound nice, but this like is easy. It's like at least easy, I should say in quotes. Just it's like making like hip hop or something. Like it's just way easier. Like I don't know why I challenge myself for these things, but I like the sound of it. That's the problem. I like the sound of it, but like I should just make a tight beat, right? No offense to anyone who does that, you know, because obviously it's just like technically it's just get a sample and slap some drums on, more or less. There's a little bit of EQ work, but it's hardly anything. If anything, you want to undo the hard work of the cleanness. You just make it really big. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. But like, I needed a little break from those other tracks that I was working on. Just do it, but make it a joke. The most one you get. Well, that is true. That is true. But I don't know. You know what? The problem is, I'll start like that, and then I'll turn it. It'll be like, oh, but there's something in there which is good, and then I'll try and it doesn't stick. It doesn't stick. That's what I can't do that. I try, but like, I'm too old, I think that's what it is. I think I'm just too old to manage. Right, let's have a look here. I need a couple of sweepy sweeps. Let's grab a sweepy sweep here. Sweep, like so. And we'll put one here like this. Boom, and then let me go get my... It's a little loud, isn't it? That's what I came across. That's way too loud. Yeah, so what was that? And sometimes you'll end up, hang on, the most fun you can have. And sometimes you'll end up learning a technique that you'd never even think of otherwise. Actually, oh, did it really? Oh, nice. What did you do today? Tell me the delights of the accidental. Well, these are the things that happen, right? It's happy accidents. That's what makes sometimes the coolest stuff. Do you know why it sounds freaking weird? Because this one cuts off short, look. And it's very sad. That's why. Let's add an extra bar to it, shall we? Haven't you actually weird back and back into super effects and then played super low? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Ah, resample the feedback and then you have a pretty lo-fi power. Oh, nice. Okay. To be honest, I wish I could do more stuff with samples. Like for me, work with samples is such a massive pain in the ass. Like I remember, I think I've got things in here where I've just made, like, you know how you make noise and you resample it and then you kind of fiddle around with it again. I'm sure I've made a bunch of stuff which I've not used. That's not mine. That's not mine. I'm trying to find... I'm sure I made some before. Like I made a whole bunch of them and I thought, let me... Here we go. Yeah. You just like, you just mess around with a whole bunch of stuff, so you got a whole tree of things to mess with. So I've got loads of them, but I've never really done anything with them. All kinds of ridiculous noises, and then you run it through like your you chain a few times and see if you find something cool. But like, it's such an awful thing to do in here. I've not done it really. I'm not bothered. Automated the delay time, which was really atonal and quite weird, but worked. Oh, nice. That's interesting. Do you know what I need? There's just certain things that I just need as a structure. It's just, otherwise it just doesn't work for me. Let's put this in here. I need it. Where is it? This is the good thing, because now I'm just chilling with it instead of trying too hard to make something new. It's just like, it's a lot easier. I don't have to reinvent the wheel, do you know what I mean? It's just nice to do that sometimes. It's really nice, actually having a lot of fun. That's not too bad, right? 69, is there 69 in it? That's not 72. 72. Okay, yeah. No, that's good. It's nice stuff, man. So what do you do with, like, you know the stuff you make, what do you do with it? Like, does it just reside at uni, or do you put it on SoundCloud? What's the plan with it? Because there must be something that you've made you think, oh, I could use that, or will you get in trouble for doing it? Like, I need some reverb on the snare for sure. Like, that's what just screaming out to me. It's like, I need reverb on the snare, and maybe some cool delay effects on some of the hats. I think that could be cool. But like, for now, do you know what's also annoying me? This, like, big time annoying me. Is that too loud as well? I think it might even be too loud here. Let's go -10. So this snare, number 2 snare, is too loud. Okay, not too bad. We're getting there. Slowly. I haven't been streaming almost 2 hours. Why? Because I'm also transitioning down. Well, there's 2 reasons really. That needs to go here. This, I need the shaker here because the hat suddenly stopped, and then it's like, why is it sounding so weird? Because the hat stopped, everything stopped, and then none of the right things continued. So that's going to sound, that's why it sounds weird. So hopefully that should fix the problem. that too loud? Not too bad. Not too bad. All right. Maybe do I want a don't ever let go, don't ever let go, maybe something like that in there? Is that something that I want? In fact, what I've also realised that I've done is I've realised that I don't have... crikey. You know what? All of this is all in the wrong place. Let me rename that. So that's reverse effects. Alright, this is riser, because I don't have the riser in there. That would be really helpful. Oh man. So many things that are wrong. Here's one I acquired earlier. Let me grab that. Grab this. It just sounds good. Put you there. Drop the volume down. Somewhere appropriate. And we'll give that a go. Slightly off here. Do you know what I need to do? Run this through a sampler, because there's bits that I want to do in here. Like there's a cool bit. Hang on, I've got an idea. Okay, so I want. That again. What have we got? Wait.
But I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you will never let
go. Okay, yeah. So I need the first bit. Okay, let's try it like this. It's much easier in a sampler, but we'll do this. We'll do this for now. Let me grab OR1. Okay, and we're gonna try and chop it out. That's what we're gonna do.
But I can hear your voice like an echo.
I'm gonna try and chop it out. Here we go. So when you chop those up, can you duplicate that? Yeah, absolutely. You're right on point, dude. That is exactly what I'm planning to do. So, however, and this is purely for the interest of processing. That's the only reason I'm doing this, because what would make my life a lot easier, right? It's just so much easier to work with. This is why I love this plugin. Is using Serato sample. This is what I was considering, because this is what I use basically to make like new phrases without tearing my hair out with LMMS's tiny sampler. So if I go and grab this, I'll load it in there just because I want to see if it sounds the same, because sometimes it warps it a little different. It just sounds a bit different. But yeah, absolutely. Also, welcome to the stream. But yeah, absolutely spot on. So I was literally in the process of duplicating and chopping it there. But the only thing that I hate about this bit is lining up the timing. That's the bit that makes me cry. It's just really, that's the hard bit in LMMS. Like if you do it visually, it's way easier to line up a transient with the grid, or at least in time, than it is here, because you got no visual, and the bit you do have the visual is not zoomy or stretchy. You can't. It's limited to what you can do with it. So that's why I like to use this, because it kind of is my crutch for getting past some of these things. So if I find out what the heck it was called, I'm sure it was like drop something. I don't remember what the thing was called. What was it called? Yeah, let me find out what's the name. What was the name? Here we go. Okay, vocal EDM trap. Vocal EDM trap. Let me go find this. Okay, bear with me a sec. There we go. And it feels gross saying EDM, because like EDM, it just when people say EDM, it should cover many things, but it just doesn't. Like EDM is that horrendous atonal sound, which is not what I'm trying to do. Right, let me find it. Where is it? It's the chorus. Chorus double dry. No. Chorus lead dry. Yes. Okay. Now this. Here we go. Let's fix the grid first. This is exactly 140 BPM, allegedly. Alright, so now if I could do fine sample.
But I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you will never let go.
Use the keys correct.
Oh.
So that's good. And this is what I like doing this, because it's just easier to chop. It's so much easier. You can see what you're doing. Like you can line up with the grid mostly, for the most part. And then if I drop this in here, because I was going to do it, but let me just quickly, I just want to try this because I might need this for speed, and I might need this for other parts of the track. Because what I worry about here is, like, while I'm trying to chop this out, which I will do actually, let me finish doing that. Yeah, it's just get the crossover points and that sort of thing's a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare to try and get where it stops. And so technically, yes. It's kind of like, that's kind of what I'm after here. But if I can line this up somewhere around here. Don't tell me I got that, nailed it first time. I've just been talking about how difficult it was to do, and then I've just, by chance, managed to sync it up exactly to where it's supposed to be. Like, what's the chances of that? That is stupidly lucky. Okay, let's try. Let's check this. I couldn't have done that. Almost. Oh my gosh, how close is that? That is so close. That is so close. It might even be, I'd say, I wouldn't even notice the difference, almost. If it wasn't the fact that I can hear the difference in it, like it's like a fraction of a second. So the trick is finding out if it's too fast or too slow. And this is the bit that I don't enjoy, is doing this. It's so close. Do I even adjust that? Maybe a little. It's almost bang on. Better before. insanely close. That's ridiculous. Okay, let's try it.
But I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you will never let go. But I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you will never let go.
Yeah, now it's off, you see. How could that be? How can that be? Here, it's perfect almost.
But I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you will.
I think it's just the fact that it's doubled. That's what's making it sound nice. So this is why we use Sriracha sample, right? Jeez. Ah, well, there you go. The demonstration paid off anyway. So this is why I use this, because it's just easier, right? I can line it up on the grid. Look at that. That's beautiful. So if I press here, and since this gives me like 1, 2, 3, 4 bars, the only thing that I would love with this is if I had beat markings which were less than 1, because I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, so that's a bar, right? It would be nice to have, if I zoomed in, I would get like 8/16 or, you know, 30 seconds, something like that, because when I'm trying to line it up here, that would just make my day, more or less. But so now I can load it up in here, and in theory that should be number 1. Oh, is that not playing? Why aren't you playing? Because this is the wrong file. Sampler 1, that's why. Here we go. Let's get this right. Should be on grid. It should be exact grid setting here. Here we go. So if I place C3, that's where it starts.
But I can hear your voice like an echo.
Yeah, it is, but honestly, look at the difference between how awkward that is compared to this one. This one, if you look here, grid line, exactly. In fact, I'll show you. This is what I love about the sampler. This is why I bought this. I would highly recommend it, especially if you're using LMMS. Like it's just such a good sampler to use. If I go grid here, and then put on the metronome.
But I can hear your voice like an echo.
Perfect timing, right? And that, obviously I can shuffle the grid if I need to, but it takes out all the headache. So in theory now, if I play this, it should work, hopefully, if I've done it right. Because just the fiddling with that, so much easier. Do you know what I mean? It's just so much easier. Way easier. And this is why I lean on this quite heavily to get my stuff done. Because otherwise... And I can even cut the sample here. So if I do this, I can even limit to where it's playing. So much just it's clean, it's tidy. So the only downside is sometimes this sounds better because maybe the vocals aren't recorded exact or the timing's off, like the singer's done it, and it will change where it detects the cadence at will be slightly different. Sometimes it sounds better with it doing its adjustment, and that's where the headache comes in, trying to line things up with this. But this is why, like, if I had extra grid lines, it would be much easier when you're zoomed in here and you're trying to line up stuff, trying to get the timing right. It'd be great. But like in this is a nightmare. You can't make it big enough to zoom in. So this is my background. I use this a lot, but it's like you got to zoom in, and it's an absolute nightmare trying to hear where that is. Now I think because I've moved that's not even sliding the window. That's actually sliding the sample. Look, which is not exactly what I want to do. So if I do this here, it's just a massive pain. Massive pain.
But I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't ever let go.
I don't even know if that's right. We'll try it. So much harder. Do you know what I mean? Like, that was done in seconds. This one, fiddle, fiddle, fiddle. And then it takes away from that creativity because I'm spending so much time like thinking like, is that right? Instead of like, what can I put in next? And that's what I like about this, right? So for now, I think I'm going to have to relegate that bit to the sideline. The only downside with these is to write a sample is it uses up a lot of memory. It's like a few hundred meg per instance. So it's kind of, once you start loading a load of samples in, it starts to bog down your PC. I mean, I've got 16 gigs of RAM, it's not enough. That's what I know. And now we can chop up this chorus and make it better. Like we can do something cool here. So what have we got here? So we've got, let's zoom out. Oops.
But I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't ever let go. Oh.
Okay, so what I've got, I need to get the idea in so I know what I'm going to put in next.
But I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't ever let go. Oh.
You won't ever let go needs to come back in again. Oh, never let go. I think that's where it is. Where that is exactly, I don't know. But creatively, I mean, to be honest, let's put it this way. This was worth paying for on the Never Never on Splice. And then I can repeat this one. There's a little echo here. Now, this is the tricky part because, as you can see here, this is like not exactly lined up. Here I can get the grid, but I can't play beforehand. Nightmare. Does it let me change pitch without note length? Yes and no, not automatically. I have to, like, if I can change the pitch here, so if, say for example, I could play this at a completely different pitch, but then I've also got a time stretch, so there's not something where I can, it does the calculation automatically, and then it's like, okay, this is the pitch change, and this is the note length. It's like the sample will get shorter, so that's something that's not ideal. But for example, I can take this key here and I can key shift it up like. See what I mean? So, but here, in fact, I'll do two. If I do this one here, and I'll do this one here, that's normal. This is +3. So it does try to keep the time, but it's just, it's not too bad, to be honest. I can't complain too much, it's not too bad. So your answer is yes. Jeez. I've never really tried that before, to be honest, because normally I tend to work in the same key. So there you go, that's something I've learned. So yeah, you can just change the key and it'll be fine. You've also got a time stretch as well. So for example, if I wanted to stretch it like 50% or whatever percentage I want.
Tell me that you will never let go.
Quicker. So you can make some cool effects with that, especially with drums, like as well. So when they do this cool slowdown, it's possible to do in here. You can automate the things because in here you have the cool back end, right? As you do. So it's a matter of digging out what the parameter is. What I haven't figured out yet is being able to do this, because it would be really nice to be able to get this track position and move it to use it as a scratch. Yeah, yes, it does. That absolutely. Is there not a pitch thing on there as well? I'm sure there's a pitch in the sampler. Is that not in the sampler, or is that, am I mistaken here? I can't. I see. Yeah, there is a pitch setting here though. Look. That, I think that does 100 cents. Yeah. So you've pretty much got like what, a 2 semitone up and down. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That's right. So you have got that, but yeah, the sample speed is pretty much the only way you could do it otherwise. It does a little, yeah. No, it does. So yeah, you can do that in here. The algorithm, to be fair, the algorithm in Serato is pretty good. I would say if there's the samples to get, because I went through loads. I tried loads of free ones, and just trying to get something to work with this was a nightmare. So yeah, getting that was, for me, it was like it was the best one. I thought as soon as I got it, I've not been unhappy with it. There's just a few things that I would like, because making it work with LMMS would be a more detailed grid view here when you're looking at the beat grid. Because now what I've got to do, for example, is I've got to line this up. So now I've got, where's this? D1. And the good thing is you can trigger it off MIDI. So if you had a MIDI device as well, you can literally just play it off the keyboard, which is, that's what I'm looking forward to doing. So the trouble is now I've got to line this up. I've got to try and find the sample. What I like to do is if I've got it lined up in a separate instance here like this, I can figure out where this comes in. I can line it up, and that's how I try and get the timing in. Which is close. It's not a million miles away, right? So now I can try adjusting this. So I'll just give it a little nudge off grid until it's like in phase. That is just pretty much pure experience getting in, but getting it exact on is just tricky. A lot of trial and error. But that being said, doing this with that flexibility is infinitely quicker than doing it with the built-in sampler. What I'm really waiting for is for the nightly version. I think it's 1.3 it's on now, isn't it? So I think what I'm really waiting for is for the sample chopping to be a thing. What would be the ultimate dream is if you could just then drag that out, or at least save that as a sample on its own. So once you cut it, you can do it, you can export, but it's a bit of a pain. But if they ever get that functionality, man, like, I'd find it very hard for a reason to switch out of LMMS once you get all that sample. Not even, maybe even stretching. If you could do sample stretching, great. That's probably a little bit more coding. But like, at least the cutting, like if you get the cutting and the reversing, man, that's half the battle done. Like, that's the biggest thing that I have to export, is exporting stuff, going to Audacity, edit things, reverse things. That is a huge pain for workflow. But yeah, if that was done, I really wouldn't have too many reasons to move, because the mix bus is awesome. It's really good. Like, I love the mix bus. So powerful. That's pretty close now. So now it's something like this. So I can do a little... Okay, let's try it. Too short. So this, I'm also, one thing that's really cool as well is you have got a filter that's built in here. So what I can do now I've got this, which one? Now I've got this sample here and this one. I can do 2 filters at different rates. Not only have you got the attack and release function, which is kind of cool. Also on that, what would be nice, Sarata will never watch, so I don't know why I'm saying this, but like what I would love here is if you could see where the attack and release are showing up here, so what is cutting and what it's not. That would be super handy. But like these are just like small things. One day I might just write them an email. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, you got a filter here, so you can like, they've got a built-in high pass, but it sounds pretty nice actually. It's quite a nice like high pass, low pass system they've got. So what I can do now is I'll do a little high pass here, and then I can do on this one a bigger high pass, for example. And then I should, in theory, since I've made that sample here, drag that up. Aggressive, that filter there, isn't it? It's almost like that one wants to be not as much for sure. So this one's a little filtered. This one is too much, so let's bring that down a little. What we want there, and then this is how we make samples more interesting, or at least attempt to. So now with this, look at this grid line up, easy mode. Okay, that's cleaning up the sample that's after, but the principle's there. This one, here we go. I'm not even going to faff around with that tiny bit of breath. I think I can get away with not having it. It would be useful because it just sounds better. So we'll see. We'll put it on grid first and then we'll adjust it. I think that's the way. E1. So if I do another filter here. I'm going to do E1. Let's find it here. E1 relative is C3 essentially where this is, but that's where it starts. No, that's not what we wanted. Is it E1? Should be E1. Because I'm doing E flaps, that's why. There we go. That would be why. Okay. What though? Maybe just won't ever let go on the second one here. So this one maybe won't ever let go. So maybe that's here. Is that right? So I move it over. Hopefully I got that right. Nope. That's bang on grid as well, which is nice. So
Tell me that you will never let go.
okay, so we're down here somewhere. Let's go find it. There we go. Okay, I think that's good. Hopefully that'll work.
But I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you will never let go. Tell me that you will never let go. You will never let go.
Whoopsie daisy, wrong place.
Tell me that you will never let go.
Yeah, this is in the wrong place. Okay, so let's make this moves forwards. I didn't check where it was on the grid, to be fair. I should have done, shouldn't I? That would have been a smart plan. That would have been what our professional, competent plan would have been. But, where am I? I am 1 bar before the main beat. So, in theory, that should be correct. But not in this space, 1 before. Here we go. So that should work.
Tell me that you will never let go. You will never let go. Tell me that you will never let go. You will never let go.
Or, yeah, idea time. Okay, do you know what? I want to hear Let Me Go, but I want that on the delay. So let me go and grab my delay here. I might have to do some automation on. It's not the delay. Where's the delay? Here we go. I might need to automate this. Let me see if this works. Go link left and right. Change the speed.
Tell me that you will never let go. You will never let go.
Sounds much cooler. Much cooler. Just fills in those gaps, right? So what I'm going to do is let me automate that down. Bit of a pain, but like it saves just adding like an entire. I'm trying to save memory. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be efficient here, because it does stack up the more plugins you start using. So if I go Serum Effects, delay speed, yeah, or how is it? Delay rate. I think it's delay rate, isn't it? Delay rate. And then, oh man, I really need to turn my heating off. It's actually roasting in here. And I think that'll do for now. We'll leave the mix. We'll adjust the mix when it calls for it. For now, what I want in the vocal is just, I want standard rate, and here we go. Let's grab it here. So if I remember right, so I linked them for a reason, so that it does left and right at the same time, because otherwise I don't want to be going through extra automation. It's just an extra pain, extra work. I don't need that. It sounds good where it is. So what I'm looking for is a delay. I can't remember what it is. It's not sync. Yeah, delay time left. And because I've linked the left and right, this should work just fine. Okay, so that's the theory. So now what I want to do, so that's this one up here. If I then grab the plugin again, if I go, where's my, this is the trouble with working in one screen. It's just a bit of a pain in the rear. If I go here, sync that back up, automated. There we go, there it is. Sync. Okay, good. Okay, nice. So that's that one. And then if I go grab my plugin again, which is over here, and then if I go like this, I'll just see if this will work because I don't normally do it this way. It'd be cool to see. No, it doesn't. Okay, fine. Fine, we will do it by hand. Not a problem. So all I need to do is pull this down, and then I need to check here. So when it does play, I get the right.
But I can hear your voice like an echo. But I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you will never let go. Tell me that you will never let go. Oh, tell me that you will never let go. You will never let But I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you will never let go. Tell me that you will never let go. You will never let go.
Almost there.
But I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you will never let go. Tell me that you will never let go. You will never let
That's what I was worried about with this bit. Just it's so sudden. And this is why the tricky part of lining this up, because that little section here is what I'm missing. And now I've got to have the fun of trying to line this up here. So if I grab that sample, move it over, and amount. It's not even this one, is it? That's the wrong one. It's this one. So maybe if I reduce the attack a little, that might do it.
Tell me that you will never let go. You will never let go.
Okay. Not too bad as the drop goes. Nice liquid drop. Right, let's try. What's next?
Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go. But I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you will never let go. Tell me that you will never let go. You will never let go.
Okay, let's try and make this.
Feel you beside me when I close.
Ooh, we're not ready for that yet. We're not ready for that yet. Let's get that out of the way. There we go. Now we need to put it down, so I need a low pass. And do you know what I might do? Oh, there's a really nice filter here. Should I just use the EQ again? Because I used the EQ the first time, I think, on my drums. What the heck do I use here? High pass. I did use a high pass filter. Okay, so let me grab this. Let's put a low pass in. And the only one thing I have noticed, this has been a real pain that I've noticed with this. The high pass especially is a massive issue. There's some problems with the maths. And what's happening is, if you've got an amount, I don't know if it's strictly related to how many plugins you've got loaded in there, but what happens is, if you've got this automation lane here and you set the frequency to below 20 hertz, and it's a fraction number, it's random if it happens or not, but like if you drop it down, let's say you do like 0.1 hertz, because if you drop it to 0 on the high pass, it cuts off, so it's like a gate. If you drop it down to like 0.1, 0.2, 0.01, something, a fraction of, what will happen is in this bottom low end, you'll get a massive amount of, I don't even know what you call it, it's like an artifact, like resonance, but it's huge. And you get a massive chunk of low end. Just you can't hear it because it's like it's calculating that you've got it there. It's something wrong in the maths, but it's horrible, and it makes this weird resonance here. And the low pass does another one up at the top end of like 20k. And there's just some weird business going on with those two. But with the high pass, if you cut it to 0, everything shuts off. So you've got to have it above 0 to keep it open. But if you set it anywhere below there, you need to just be aware that it's going to create an issue, which can cause a problem when you're doing a sidechain. So, for example, if you're doing a sidechain and you're sidechaining, I don't know, a drum or a vocal, and you got the vocal high pass with the built-in filter, it might add a whole bunch of crap on the low end, and then it will make your other instruments back down further than they should be, because what it's listening to is this massive chunk of energy that is generated from here from an error. So it's something to be aware of. Like, that's caught me out a few times when I've pretty much destroyed an entire mix because that's happened. I've not realized it's happened, and then I've seen it in the EQ and I've gone, right, and then I've figured out what's going on. And that's what's happened recently, because I've got so much stuff loaded up into one track. So I suppose I have seen it happen with a low number of plugins loaded, so that's not always strictly the case, but I have, I've seen some odd things. I've seen some weird things with it. I've seen some things, man. So yeah, it's just something to keep an eye on. That's caught me out a few times, especially like with like vocals, and maybe, I don't know, you're sidechaining the vocal to the piano, or you're sidechaining the piano to the vocal, I should say, and you just want to give it a bit more room, or you're trying to create some kind of multi-compression, like multi-band compression. It can cause a massive problem there. So it's just something to keep in mind. So let's see if this, I've got another filter which sounds really good, but like it just, I don't know how it's going to sound with these drums, because I like the way they're kind of sounding at the minute. So what I want to do, if we just keep this low pass open at the beginning here, let's just do band like that. We'll do this completely open. And then if we do this, this should be a nice way to round out the sound for the drums to come down. Which doesn't sound as nice, right? It's a little bit boring. But however, I have got this very cool plugin I would highly recommend for drums, at least more specifically drum bass, I should say. I'm not too impressed with that low pass. It's a little bit dull, but you'll see why, because if I load up this RX 950, oh my gosh, the filter in it is just beautiful. It's such a beautiful filter. It's going to alter the sound of the drums, hopefully not in a bad way. Point where I'm actually debating whether I should just use the EQ, That might even be an easier way to do it. Maybe a bit of resonance in the filter as well. I think that's the secret. Just doesn't sound as cool. That's the problem. It's really hard to recreate that filter. It's such a unique sound. I find it really difficult to, navigate that. It's really tricky. Kind of need it to go out. So much junk to my drums now. Which is okay in one sense, but in another sense awful. Let me move this right up. There we go, now it's under control. Let's automate that one in because I think it just sounds better. It's just, I don't know, once I've heard that sound, it's very difficult to unhear that filter. It's just, I don't know, it's really nice. The only thing is I don't really want it to alter the sound of the main drums too much, but I'm trying to not be too picky over it a minute, because otherwise I'll never get it done, and I just want this supposed to just be a simple bit of fun track, right? No, not overthinking shit, which is too easily done. At least that's what I've done really recently, trying to perfect things. I almost want, you know what, I'm tempted to put more mix in here. Let's test this. Details, man, they're not even important, but they're important enough to stop me from doing what I was doing. I wish I wouldn't do this, but it's so difficult because sometimes I just can't progress unless I'm just going for the next thing that's sticking out in my head, and that's what sometimes it just takes me off the track, Mix, so the amount of delay mix, so that's what's upsetting me now, because what I want to hear is just a little more. So let me see, I just want the delay wet now. But Serum Effects, I mean, honestly, it's one of the best sounding things. It's just so easy to use. He's done such a good job, like Steve Duda. I'd really rate that dude a lot, man. Really a lot. Done an amazing job with that. Okay, so that's normal mix. That is normal mix up to this point. This one is the problem, right? This one, I want the mix to go up. So we'll do 0.4. Then we'll bring it back down to normal level here. And then, do we need to up the mix again? I don't know. That's the question.
Tell me that you won't ever let go. You won't ever let
And then at that point, the drums are coming out as well. So let's sort this out. Multiple things happening at once. All these ideas popping off in my brain. I just hope they're good. That's all anyone can hope for, really, right? Let's go. Bring that down. Nice smooth curve. Something like that. From experience tells me it's usually about okay. If we bring it down to like about there-ish. Something like this. So while that's happening, we need to repeat these cool sounds, but filter them out, and what else do I need to do on top of that? I need to like EQ the bass as well, because the bass needs to start losing its low end. So we need to refilter it back out just for this 8 bars, just to smooth it, a nice smooth transition into the breakdown. I think I need to maybe add like a little bit to the intro, but just for now, if I get most of it done, that'd be a nice thing to do. I just want, you know what this really is? It's just I want something new to listen to in a car. So we should be able to get away with something like this over here now. And then grab the bass. I need something to put into, I need a new sound, which I do have something in mind. Something that I've not used for a very long time. But okay, not too bad. Let's see how this feels. That needs more filtering as well, so I might have to stick a filter on top of that just to thin it out as we go.
Tell me that you won't ever
here. I almost want to repeat this, but like this bit. This feels like it wants this, but like all just high past here. I don't know how that's going to sound. Do you know what? I think I just need a don't ever let go and just let it leave it there. Stop, stop. Oh, now that's getting there. The vibe is growing. I'm liking the vibe. Let's try. Twice, you know. Sorry for the concentration. Not too much, I think. What I also need as well, which would sound cool, I think, is a little bit of just a bit of delay there on the drums. Maybe even something like this. Maybe not. I don't like that. I don't like that. Sounds bad. It's too much. Do you know what I think part of it is? It's because I've got in here too much low end. Now here, I also need, you know what I'm going to add on top of this is an overall high pass filter, which is going to be a bit of a pain. But like, if these are coming out of this part of the mix, it just feels like it would be nice to have that. So I need a new automation lane. All these details, I need to really, like what I should be doing. I know what I should be doing. I should be cracking on with the arrangement, right? But like, there's some details I can't help myself. I can't help myself. Box 1 mix high pass. Right, we'll just snap that on the top, like so. I'm hoping, and this is the problem that I was describing, right? So sometimes if you do this, so you set the filters slightly open, so it's like 0.33 something there, very small, right? It does cause a bit of an issue. So let's grab that. Is that 1, 2, 3? What have we got here? We've got a weird. Yeah, that's why I'll stretch that out. There we go. 8 bars, 8 bars, 8 bars. This one is the issue. So if we grab it like that, we'll just high pass it slightly. All of that is to just give the impression that you're kind of lifting. You're kind of... So this just the small details. I haven't even got a lot in here, but you know what I do want to do? Before I think about trying to find something for the breakdown, I want to add in... I've got an idea in my head for a sound, which I've not used for ages. It's something I made a long time ago. I couldn't even describe how long ago it was. It's a good couple of years ago I made this patch, but like, it's just funny how you kind of get an idea for maybe a use. I'm sure I've made something before, some kind of pad, that's what I'm looking for, which I made a long time ago, a couple of years ago. At the time, you know, you don't have the knowledge to know what to do with it, but now let's find a pad. What's this one? Like strings. Nope. I do like this one though. What did I do here? Okay. I added a bunch of harmonics. Oh, that is quite dark, isn't it? I did call this dark pad. Okay, let's have a look. You know what? Why not? Let's try it. What's the worst that can happen? The worst that can happen is it sounds bad. Let's go pad. Let's put this here. Vocal build up. Vocal build up should be in the vocal section anyway, so let's put this above the bass. Just keep it organized, right? That can go because we're not using the ooh-ah, so that can go away. It's not the worst. Is that too? It's a bit too foreboding, I feel. What about this one? I do have this. Okay. Let's try this one. know what this would sound good in though? This would sound good in a second drop. That's what this would sound good in. This is like, okay, let's leave like, how many bars do I need? 8 bars? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right. Space, drop. Okay. Bass here. We need sub bass again, so let's grab this. Let's take out the EQ. Okay, so we got, this is an idea, because I don't know, I'm thinking, maybe, oh gosh, wrong way. Let's just test this out, right? Let's test this out. Because that sounds pretty cool. And if we go over the second drop, then at least I can do the same chorus, just do it in outro, job finish, right? Happy days. That would be cool. So, all part of the arrangement, right? Maybe there's something else I can put in, I don't know yet. We'll figure that out. We'll figure that out, not this bit. Low pass we need to be the same. Filter we need to be the same. So let's grab this filter section here. Delay, that can all go. Grab that. Copy paste. Love it. Okay. Oh, and again, I've done it again. Stop. Look over here. I need something for the middle here. Extended. compressor. There we go. We need something in the breakdown, which we've got a bunch of things. Let me test some test samples out here. Sample track. Look at all these sample tracks I've got. Let's just call this test track. Test track. Let's grab this. What's this one? Can I copy paste that? Won't let me.
Beside me when I close my eyes. Sometimes I feel you beside me when I close my eyes.
Feel like gonna go. Maybe is that too much?
I feel you beside me when I close my eyes. And sometimes I feel like I am losing my mind.
Yeah, build up. Yeah, okay, right. This is not too bad, actually. The idea is growing. Oh, this is quite fun, actually. Pardon me, sorry. Nice birth. Do I want this like this, actually? Not bad. Not bad. Actually quite enjoying that. I need more to happen here though. This is not okay. Definitely bass needs to carry on. Definitely this needs to happen. Let's flip that around. Drums to come back in. That needs to change the tambourines. Drums. Do you know what would be really cool? Some ad-libs in here. There's no ad-libs in the pack, so I just don't know what I'm going to do with that. I have to find something.
I feel you beside me when I close my eyes. And sometimes I feel like I am losing my mind.
feel like I want more pad. I feel like that's too quiet. If we bring the pad up a little bit, I don't want to overdo it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to sidechain the vocal to the pad. Sidechain the pad to the vocal, and then that may solve a problem with keeping the vocal clear, because that's something I'm hearing. So if we put a peak controller on the end of this, I love the peak controller, man. So versatile. So versatile. I love it. Okay. Let's rename this. Vocal sidechain for pad as a name. And now add a new sidechain. If we want it this way around, but like it should work for now. One thing I haven't looked at is an EQ, so that should be that's right. Part of it.
I feel you beside me when I close my eyes, and sometimes I feel like I am losing my mind.
Down one, octave. Maybe down, up, I think. Maybe. Oops. That needs to grow, so I need to filter that, I think. This is also missing. Need here half speed hats. Let's clone this, get rid of all this junk here. Off you go. This one, get rid of them. Clone the hi-hats. I don't need to change anything else there. Just bring this back down to this. We'll cut out half of the hats here, and hopefully maybe half hatch, bring in shaker. What's this called? Okay. It's like a ride hat. Definitely missing a ride hat. But let's sort the vocal out first. Oh man, wow. Practically a finished track in a session. That's not too bad. It's pretty chilled. Nothing revolutionary, but I like it. I like it. Hope the mix is good, because I don't want to get to the car and then be like, oh man, it's terrible. This is what happens. So let's call it vocal verse 1.
I feel you beside me when I close my eyes. And sometimes I feel like I am losing my mind.
It's tempting to put something else in beforehand. It's almost there.
I feel you beside me when I close my eyes. And sometimes I feel like I am losing my mind.
That is quite nice, actually. This is really feeling really nice now. Let's try that again, shall we? Try and find a right hat, I think. Let's see if I got one. Something a bit more. Not like that. Nope, that's gross. As much as I'd love to do that, but no. Jeez.
Feel you beside me when I close my eyes. Sometimes I feel like I'm losing my
Too much.
eyes.
Too much.
Sometimes I feel like
This one that I
I am losing my
Oh, they're both the same. Oh gosh, what a disaster. I want one which isn't the... So what have I got here? That's not normal. Are they... Oh man, have I just got rid of all of the normal... I think I have. There we go. It's this one. Right, that's normal. This is normal.
I feel you beside me when I close my eyes. And sometimes I feel like I am losing my mind. Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go. Don't
I don't know if I want that bit there. Do you know what? I feel like...
But I can hear your voice like an echo. I feel you beside me. Tell me that you will never let go. And sometimes I feel like I am losing my mind. I feel you beside me when I close my eyes. But I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you will never let you beside me when I close my eyes. But I can hear your voice like an echo.
Okay, what a mess. Sorry, I am trying to fix this. So that's the wrong one again, look. Oh, yeah, what a mess. What a mess. Right, let's go here. This is the one I want. So let's grab that.
Feel you beside me when I close my eyes. But I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't. Feel you beside me when I close my eyes. But I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't never let go.
Concentration's real.
But I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't never let go. Oh, tell me that you won't never let go. You won't never let
Save this new version, definitely, because I've done so much work. I still haven't put, which is probably not a bad thing, but I haven't put in the reverb on the snare, which is what I need. So that might be something I might tackle now while I'm here.
Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go. But I can hear your voice like an echo. Oh, tell me that you won't never let go. Oh, tell me that you won't never let go.
Okay, so that's going to this one. This one shouldn't go in there, it should go in here. Because then I can add a peak controller in here. A dry snare, like so. So I'm just rerouting some buses, trying to make use of things that I've already made, right? We'll go here, and then we'll call this snare sidechain.
Beside me when I close my eyes. I feel you beside me when I close my eyes. And sometimes I feel like I am
way too
losing
loud.
my mind.
I feel like this needs the same processing on here. We've got the DSO. Can I run it through the same bus? That's the question. I should be able to, right? Then it's all nice and neat. Okay, let's have a listen while we're sorting out the snare. Reverb. Short reverb, yeah. Luckily, I know the settings for a nice syncopated reverb just straight off the top of my head. Because I've taken the time to learn it. 100% wet as well. And then we need to mix that into drum bass. And we also need to sidechain it. Hello, RF Creeper. Welcome to the stream, dude. Welcome. I'll do that. I shouldn't assume. How you doing? I need the snare, reverb. Finally, someone uses LMMS. I know, dude. We're a rare breed. Welcome, fellow LMMS user. I don't use Ableton. Isn't it a shock? Oh well, yes, I'm glad we're a rare breed, aren't we? I think there's a few of us joined in my Discord. Oh, use FL. Oh, really? You upgraded? You know what? If I was gonna use any DAW, it would be FL. It would, because they're so similar. Absolutely. Oh man. Oh, gosh, whoa, I got too much. Here. Where's my other snare? I've lost my second snare. There we go. Snare's now less dry, which is good. But now, oh no, you know what I realise I've done? I'm an idiot. That shouldn't be in here. It should be going to this drum bus, because this drum bus just goes straight out. There we go. Goodness, that was almost a disaster. I've got the sidechain the wrong way. Oh, no. Oh, no FL here. Oh, I see. Ah, nice, you use LMMS. Okay, cool. Yeah, what sort of stuff do you make then? Because, like, I've been using LMMS for, what, at least 3 years now. So, it's not too bad, you know? Ah, I wanted to try like a fade in, like out, you know, like the animation. How do you do that? Ah, okay. Okay, like, I used it for 3 days. Well, perfect, man, because I like to try and teach people. This is my whole thing. This is why I do the live production. So you want to do like a fade out? Is that like, is it like this sort of thing? Like that? Is this what you're after? Yes, perfect, dude. Oh man, I'm excited now. Not only am I making a track in like a day, in a few hours, I'm now got to be able to teach you. So the trick is, man, I love this. I love doing this. I love teaching. Right, so what you got is there's a cool filter which is built in to LMMS called a high pass filter, right? I did explain this earlier, so I mean, if you want, I can't remember what time it was, but I explained some of this stuff in here. So basically, you got a high pass filter. So if I grab, do you know what? I can probably demonstrate it somewhere. If I grab the drum bus, I'll just stick another filter on top, and I'll show you what it does. Then where's my drum bus here? So if I grab a high pass, So this is probably the first thing that you want. This is the easiest way to do it, right? High pass filter, 1 pole. When it's a low value, it's most open. When it's a high value, it's kind of very faded away, right? But if I open the drum, you can hear it quite loud there, right? So that's a high pass filter. What you want to do, you grab this automation lane here. This is this little slopey button. It'll give you an automation track. So if I do like high pass filter here, right? What you do here is then you open the control here, press control, drag on the little, click on the dial, left click on the dial. Yeah, so it's in the mix bus, right? So you add it to the mix bus on whatever device you do it. So down here, so I've created a little channel here. I've added it in here, add effects, right? So you add the effect in, type in high pass filter specifically for this. I'm trying to keep it simple. You can do it in other ways, but I'll explain that in a moment. Right, high pass filter 1 pole, add that in. Yeah, go to controls. So bottom down here, press the control button, it'll pop up the little window. Control left click and drag into your automation lane, right? And then you can make this bigger. You can literally left click and drag it, right? Like this. Okay. So then now you've got it in here. Basically what it's done is copied that value. You drag this, you open, and it opens up the automation editor. And in here you can draw in lots of patterns, right? Up to 8 bars. To do a nice cool fade in, what you want to do is you want to have the filter kind of not 0, because at 0 it shuts off. And then you can either do like a ramp like this, so you've got a ramp setting here, or you can I like to do the little curve, right? And then what I can do here, if I demonstrate it, I don't know, where's the drum open? If I do it here, you'll hear what happens, look. And it should start fading out here, look. You see that? And if I show you on here, I don't know if you can see it, but you should be able to see this. You should be able to see the dial move. Watch, check this out, look. Yeah? So you can see it slowly moving up because it's following this. If I did something crazy like this, for example, you can do some. You can use it in all kinds of different ways. These automation aids. This is probably one of the most powerful things you can do, because you'd be like, oh, you want to build that tension up, right? You could do all kinds of crazy stuff. So it doesn't just have to be a filter, but yeah, absolutely. That's right. That's when you use it. Absolutely. So yeah. So that's what I've got going. Well, I will have going on shortly, but so if I do this now, you'll hear the filter. It's going all over the place. Look, you see. Up and down all over the place, because it's literally following this here. Yeah. So there's, just to demonstrate you something else for you as well, because I've got 2 high pass filters on the top now. Let's get rid of that one. What's actually happening, I'll show you in the EQ, right? So if I show you here, so this is an EQ. It's a fancier EQ, but it's bigger, so I can show you a bit better. So what's happening here is if I do a low cut here and I cut all the lows away, this is what they call a high pass filter, because what you've got left is only the high end, right? So oh my god, so Sort and Car Beats, I really like the first melody. Yeah, okay. I'll show you how to do that, man. So what you got here, this is basically making a high pass filter. Yeah, so this is an EQ. So what's happening essentially is you're cutting out the filter like this. So all this low end information is getting cut away, and it's leaving with the top end, right? You can hear it quite clearly now. Yeah? So that's the kick down at the bottom on the left hand side. Their hats at the top, right? Yeah, got it? So that's high passing. So there is an opposite effect. I say opposite because it's a little different. So that's your high pass filter. So anything with a high pass, that's what that is. And then there's another one, oh, wrong way. There's a low pass filter. So if I do a high cut here, and you'll hear the difference here. So if I put this back now, because it's like one of the basic things that is super powerful, this stuff. High pass filter, you're cutting out all the high ends, and you leave with the low end. So now, all you hear is the kick, right? use it quite creatively as well. So it's not just the filtering tool. Like if you want, you can use it as a creative sort of mixing tool. But yeah, so what I've got here essentially, you can automate it. Yeah, absolutely. So you can even automate the EQ. So for example, you've got in LMMS there's a built-in equalizer, which is not the worst, to be honest. But like I've paid for a fancy one because obviously what I would suggest is learning how to use the basic tools first, and then before you go and buy stuff, then once you need more, you'll know what you're after. But there's like I've got free EQs which you can use as well. But yeah, so essentially this is the equalizer. You can do the same thing here. So any of these dials you can drag into an automation lane. So if I wanted to, I could drag this here and I could put it into an automation lane that I've got there. And then you can automate it like that. But essentially you're creating the same bands here. So you've got the same sort of thing. You've got a low pass, you've got a frequency. So you can do a high pass movement here with this frequency dial, right? And you can do that with any of the bands. So you can turn ones off on and off that you don't need, for example. You can turn them on. You've got you can do a low pass with this one here. You can adjust the frequency. So it's all there, yeah. So that's built in, which is really cool. And I wish I knew about that first, but yeah, absolutely, that's right, absolutely. So you can do the same thing with volume. So volume's a really useful one to do that with. You can do it with panning. You can do all sorts of stuff. So it's just a really, really simple technique. What I've got here, for example, is I'm about to create a transition point for this new sound that I've got in here. So I've got this one. And I created this pad a while ago, but I'm going to introduce this so it can come into the drop. Okay. So what's happening at the minute is this bass here. If I play the bass. Ah, thank you for the follow. Cheers for the follow. I appreciate that. You got this bass here. This is what I've made. But what's happening here is I'm adjusting the filter. And it should be getting more open. It's difficult to hear. You need like headphones and stuff to listen to it. But what you'll see happening, if I show you on the EQ, and you can see it moving here. So it's just letting more and more and more of the low end out. Yeah, okay. So that's what's happening. So the plan is here for me to, because what I've got at the minute, because I'm still obviously still building it, so you have to bear with me. I've done quite a bit tonight. But yeah. So I've got, not only have I got the drums fading in,
Feel you beside me when I close my eyes. But I can hear your voice like
yeah.
an echo.
So that normally what I do here as well in a transition point.
Tell me that you will never let go.
I'll let her finish singing first. Or maybe she won't stop singing. Yeah, as normally I do a little sneaky thing with the volume as well. So I haven't done it yet, but like it makes the drop feel more impactful, which I haven't, you know, it's something that I normally do. So if I grab an automation aid, so I'll show you little tips here for something to do with a drop. So it'll help you with your creative process, right? It'll give you some ideas for when you're thinking, it needs something, but I don't know what it is. These things take time to learn. It's just literally an experience thing. So we'll put 100% volume here because that's where we need it. But here, for example, on a build up, maybe I'll start the volume at like 75% because normally what I've got here, so, and then I'll do that, yeah, 75 to 100%, something like that. I want it to go 75%, yeah, so maybe if I do like maybe 90% here, and then at this end we do 100, and that small change in volume, you'll feel it, and it'll feel a bit bigger when it comes in with the drop, right? So it's very subtle, but like your ears will pick up, at least your brain will pick up there's something moving, and then it just feels a little bit more impactful, right? So especially because I've got a crash cymbal here, yeah. So there's little things like that, yeah, that's it. So it just feels, it's a little trick that you can use to make things like appear bigger than what they are, or without having to like, because what the temptation is when you first start doing it, you're like, I want to make this thing huge when it drops, right? So you crank the volume up and you screw up your mix completely. So don't do that. Just, it's better to cut before and then leave it a normal volume on the drop. But like, it's just these are little things, man. I'm actually having a whale of a time showing you this stuff, man. It's like it's cool because you're doing it so you don't have to learn the painful way that I did, where there's no explanation on these things. Nobody really likes to show, so it's cool to. It's cool to have someone do it, so I'm glad to help. Though I like if someone can make some cool stuff. I'm happy, man. Helping people create, that's what I like to do. So yeah, and I'm glad you use LMMS as well because open source, man. And even little transition effects here. There's little things you can do just to enhance the kick. Okay, like I made yesterday my first beat, and then today I made. Hang on, she sings a lot. I made my first beat, and then today I made a very trappy, mystery, creepy beat, and I wanted to mix it and animate so that you could try this. Yeah, absolutely. Well, now you know what to do. Like, and if you need to refer back to it, I usually stick it on YouTube anyway. So, like, if you need to refer back to it, I usually put a description in as to what I've done in a mix. Then you can come back and have a look at what I've done in LMMS, especially since you're using it. Like, that'll be super helpful, right? So I need to upload it there yet because obviously it just happens to be that today Streamlabs decided to get a bit greedy and they started charging for the multi-stream function, more than one. So normally I dual stream it on YouTube so I don't have to faff around, but like I'll have to download it and re-upload it because it's literally happened today. Like I can't do much about it. So that'll be up. It'll be on Twitch anyway. But like I'll slap it on YouTube, like, and then if you wanna, it's usually easier to watch on there because it disappears off Twitch. So eventually, when I get time, I'll do edits and I'll like make a little tutorial series. But that's, I work a full-time job already, so, so I'll try and find time, dude. But like, yeah, at least for now, like if I'm streaming, I'm happy to teach. You know what I mean? Like it's hard. It's hard. It's a hobby. It's one of those dangerous hobbies where it gets serious, you know what I mean? It's like it starts off really fun, and then you're like, oh shit, I need to make something awesome. You know what I mean? And that's it. It's game over since then. So that's kind of where I'm at. It's the hobby that's got out of hand. Like it starts off as like, okay, this will be fun. I like doing it, and then now it's like, okay, now I've got a standard to keep. It's honestly, it's so bizarre, but it's good. It's so fulfilling. I love it. I loved it. I love making music. I love listening to music. I love hearing new stuff. So yeah, I mean, it's cool, man. Hopefully, I'm just hoping it helps someone. That's why I do it, and that's why I show it online because I was the guy with the free DAW. I'd not made music for like 20 something years. It had all changed. Didn't know what this was. And trying to find out information on YouTube was like impossible. Like, because there was a lot of, at the time, especially like a few years ago, I'd even say, it was a lot more hoardy. Like people were kind of hoarding information, and like they didn't want to share it, and didn't want to give away their secrets. And for me, that just ended up being frustration. So I've had to learn most of this really hard. Yeah. Fizo does, yeah, he does. I've seen some of his stuff. I've definitely seen some of his stuff as well. So, but yeah, I mean, see, there's some good tutorials around there, like there are. But some people like it's almost like they make it confusing, or there's bad info. There's just a lot of, dodgy things that happen on YouTube, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, at least what I try and do is I just try and show at least some creation process, and then if anyone's got LMMS and they want to ask a question. Sure, or if it's a general like mixing question, then at least I can try and help with that. So I'm quite happy to do it, but that's why I show it from like start to finish, more or less, the process. Oh yeah, sure, go for it, man. Not a problem. Do you know a good free guitar VST? Now, that is a question. Not specifically, but there are some cool things you can do. I don't actually. I'll need to have a look. I don't know yet, but what I might do is I might have a look because a guitar VST is something that I want as well. But I've not really put too much effort into trying to find one. I have had a look before. What you can do though, I don't know what sort of guitar you want. Is it sort of like what's the word? Are you looking for? I'm assuming you want something more acousticy. You've got okay, yeah, I've not used that one. So, and you got grand piano, okay. Usually, I don't know for free, and you got Taos synth. Okay, for, you know, something for a synth, because I've got Serum. I bought Serum before. The only thing you need is guitar. Okay. I'll have a look. And I'll let you know. Like, I'll post it in my Discord. Like, if I don't know if you want to join my Discord, I'll have a look and see if I can find a free guitar VST that's any good. At least that works with LMMS as well. So I would recommend as well for a synth. I've got Serum, but I've paid for this because obviously I've got to that point. But that's the right example. That's also awesome. But it's not free. So I'm trying to think of free things you can use. So this is what I use as a synth. But there is another synth called Vital. Let me type it out. I don't use it, but like it's pretty similar to Serum, and it should work in. I'll put the link down for you. It should work in LMMS, right? If it's got VST2, that should work. So that's a good one to have. That's a good synth, really good synth. You can do all sorts of stuff in it, like wavetables, all kinds of sines, triangles, you name it. You can make cool sounds with it. What else is there? And there's a free EQ. That actually, some of these plugins are pretty good. So let me go. Find it. Tokyo Dawn. They've got a whole cool, really good set of plugins. There's an EQ as well. How do you make one? Like a synth sound. Okay, I'll show you, for example, what you would do. Because, I mean, you got triple oscillator, but it's not exactly... You just hear preset. Okay. So what you can do here, I'll show you the principle of it in Serum. But this is why I like Serum, because it's super user-friendly, right? So this is a standard triangle, right? You can, for example, lower the octave. Right, basically all I've done is lower it. You can raise it, high pitch. Okay, add a second oscillator, so I could do, for example, one down an octave, one up an octave. Simple stuff, right? There's other things you can do to it as well. We're getting to the cooler stuff now. Is a detuning. So if I turn off the second one, detuning it, making it wide. Now, for example, if you do a detune, this is one of my favorite basses. Detune, make it wide. Turn it down a bit. Here, just octave. You've now got a respace, right? And all that is a filter here. So this is a low pass filter. You can't hear it? Okay, let me turn it up a bit more then. Can you hear that? If I do this, okay, I'll tell you what, this will make it more audible. Distortion. So in the effects, you can add distortion. Here we go. Watch this, check this out. Soft clip. You should be able to hear it soon. Yeah? And that is from this basic saw wave. So if I turn the filter off. Yeah? That's detuning. That's all that is. Pretty cool stuff. On top of that, you've got different things. You've got sine wave. Yeah, that's detune. Let me take off the detuning. Mono is like down your middle. That's pretty much what you want for bass. This one is what you kind of want for 808 territory. So for example, I'll show you something else cool to do. If I go like this is how you create an 808, for example. If I go here and I'll add in, this is a bit tricky, but I'll add in pitch bend. So add in global master tune here. And then, for example, I want, how many semitones do I want it to pitch from? Maybe we do, I don't know, 9 semitones. Okay, one direction. Why is it not doing it? It's doing it more than once. Because it's LFO2. Whoops. That would be why. So if I go LFO2, here we go, fix that. Not too bad, right? So there's also something else you can do. You can do, if I go with the envelope here, this is the power of doing a synth, right? That's an 808. It's pretty much a sign with the tuning on here. You can do all sorts of things as well. Like you can do multi-band compression or compression as well. There's loads of things. Where the fuck do you place them? Okay, where the fuck do you place them? I'll show you where the fuck do you place them. So for example, you've created, this is the synth. So if I call this 808 now. So what you want to do is you got your VST here. So you go instrument plugin. Vestige is the one you want. Vestige is basically your plugin holder. You drag that into your window here. So at the bottom, you've got Vestige, right? That's blank. It's basically a plugin holder where it holds your VSTs in, right? So then you open the VST, and for example, mine is called Serum. But if we're talking about 808, where the fuck do I place it? I use for drum kits. Okay, yeah, no problem. I'll show you then. Right, okay, let me do this. So if you've got a sample folder, you don't know where to put the 808. Okay, so there's two things you can do. If you've got a sound and it's in your sample folder, because you've got a sample folder inside LMMS, right? What you can do here, sorry, pardon me, is you can grab, for example, if I grab an 808, you can do it one of two ways. You can either grab an 808 and play it in the sample folder here. So if I grab like just a random one shot here, you click it and then you can drag it in here, and then you can, yeah, you just play it in here like this. That's one way to do it, but it doesn't let you move things. There's another way you can do it. For example, you could drag it, and since it's C, I should be able to play it on the scale. So if I go, you can play it in here, which means you can also play it in different note lengths as well. So I could do, if it would work. Yeah. So you can play it in the piano roll if you drag it in here and you play it as a sampler, a sample WAV basically. So that's second way you can do it, okay? Which is probably the way that you're probably looking towards, I would suggest. Or there's you can put it into a drum rack. So you'd load up the drum rack here. And then what you would do is I'd, for example, grab the 808 out of your sample tree. You drop it in here. And then if you just want it to play one note, you could just, for example, do this. You know, you just put it wherever you want it to go. So let's do, if I do this. Yeah, so that's quite straightforward. Or there's the more advanced way of where you can open the piano roll. And then you can play, oh, you mean the first beat. Can I put the 8 from the first beat the same as you kick? Yes, absolutely you can. Yeah, absolutely. There's so many mixing tricks you can do with an 808. You didn't mean that. So I'd like put the 808 for the first beat at the same track as my kick. Yeah, absolutely. So what you want to do though with the kick is, this is what I would do, okay? So, for example, I've got my kick and I've got that routed into a mix bus here. So if I drop this in here in the drum rack, right, and then I go add that to its own master here, its own mix bus, right? Then you can play them at the same time, and you can also adjust the volume here. But there's a certain thing called side chaining, where what I would do is I would side chain the 808 to the kick, so that it would duck when the kick plays, but you still get the 808 sound underneath. So that's basically what I would do if you want to play them at the same time. If you're playing them on the same track, you absolutely have them at the same time. I would recommend putting them in a different bus. So then, for example, I've got main kick. That's my main kick over here. Oh, that's my hat. No, that is my kick. It's just filtered out. Okay. If I find it where it's not filtered out, okay, there we go. So now if I go back to drum bus, hopefully this is what you mean. See, the kick appears over here, and if I test this one, 808's in its track over there. So that's what I would recommend, and I can have them both play at the same time. For example, if I wanted to do this, yeah. So you can layer them. But what I would suggest is, because obviously you see where it's playing, it's like it's slamming up to my limiter straight away. There's not going to be much room for anything else because I've not EQ'd it. Two, I've not made room for both the kick and the 808 at the low end. So what will happen is it will start to clip. At the minute you can't hear it because I've got some stuff on my master chain. I've got a compressor and all kinds of jazz on there to try and stop that from happening. So yeah, that it's certainly possible. But what I would suggest is just like, when you get there, you'll want something called a sidechain compressor. This is something that you'll need. Fizo probably shows you how to do this, and a peak controller. So what you'll want in an ideal world is you want your peak controller on your kick, or a bus, for example. What I've done here is I've made a main sidechain bus, which doesn't play out to the master. You can see I haven't sent it to the master. It doesn't play anything out, but it just takes stuff in. I put a peak controller on it, and then in the controls tab, it should say main sidechain. And so that's what I've renamed this peak controller, and I've got it as a template, so I know where it's going to every time. So when I create my buses, I route them through to this sidechain. And for example, on here, I load up the sidechain compressor. So what the compressor will do is turn down the volume every time the kick plays. And so it will carve out a bit of space so then it doesn't squash your track. Because what can happen is if your kick and your 808, even your sub bass is too loud, it can make the rest of the track quieter because the rest of the track hasn't got room to move, and it will literally compress the track down to make room for that massive kick, and then all your other sounds sound really small. So that's something to keep in mind. So when the 808 is very easy, and even sub bass is, like the drum and bass, is tricky as well. Like, you have to be careful with your low end. Don't overcook it. Make it sound good, but make sure you got enough room to leave for vocals and for everything else to not clip like too badly anyway. At least not let it clip to taste. That's what I'd say, and not to destroy the track. Because it takes a while to get used to. You will hear it eventually, but yeah, it's just something to keep in mind, because I know at the beginning it's like, oh, I can't hear that so well, so you just turn everything up, you turn everything else up, and then before you know it, you've turned up your kick, you've turned up your 808, you've turned up your vocals, and then it's just this big mesh of noise, and you're like, okay, it's kind of cool, but it's not as clean like other people's tracks. And that's the kind of the first sort of step, is to like, not always, if something you, or say for example you're listening to the track and all you can hear is the 808 and the vocals are super quiet, instead of turning the vocals up, maybe bring the 808 down. Do you know what I mean? So that sort of thing, once you get into EQing and stuff, and it'll start to make sense, where you're trying to chopping up the track and making room for different instruments, right? So it's going to take time, but like, there's a lot of information to unpack in that question. So I mean, there's loads of things off the back of it that just come to the top of my head. I'm thinking, right, okay, what about this and this and this? So I'm trying to keep it simple, but yeah, when you get there, side chaining is something that would be really cool. What you can do instead of side chaining with a compressor is you can literally manually duck the volume. So you could do an automation lane with a volume, and you could draw it in and say, okay, make that, I don't know, 50% loud when the kick is playing, and you can literally draw it in on the track. So that's something that you can do, which is the same thing as side chaining. It's just you're just doing it manually. So, oh no, you will sidechain. Trust me, you will sidechain. Yeah, but volume is easy. Volume is the simpler way to do it. But sidechaining is, with a compressor, is a way easier way to do it, because you're not having to draw it in. It takes time, and maybe it's good to start like by drawing it in, but I would say after a while you'll find out how much time that actually takes. And it's like, sometimes I even do it with the vocal. Like I'll manually draw in bits of vocal, and I'll adjust the volume and automate it. That's something I will do. But it does take a lot of time when you've got an entire drum rack and you're trying to sidechain loads of things to each other. Hard to keep track of. Sometimes it's nice to automate it on a machine, right? So you've got a sidechain compressor. Takes a lot of the headache away, and then all you do is just adjust the compressor settings a little bit. Just something else. Compression is going to be a fun one to learn, because so many people get it wrong. So yeah, there's loads of things that you can do, but you'll get there. I mean, for now, just have fun. Now you know where to place your 808 and how to get them to play in the same track and sort out your mix bus. Soft clipper, not exactly. For example, I'll show you the difference here. Soft clipper is different to a compressor because what will happen, a clipper is literally cutting off the volume. So I've got a clipper on my drums actually. And so I'll show you for why. Let me tell you for why. Right, so for example, I've got my drums here, and at the beginning I've got how's it not playing too loud now? I've got a clipper on my drums. So if I take that off, you can see where the drums are bouncing. So that is basically when the first line is red, that's 0 dB. Okay, when it's red. Up here it's like +6 and beyond. Yeah. If I take the clipper off, what will happen is on the other end of the compressor, in fact, I might be able to show you here. I've got a limiter. A limiter is basically a compressor. You see how much it's reducing the volume because the kick's coming through, right? You can see it visually there, how much it's squashing. And so what it's doing is turning down the track every time the kick's playing. The clipper is literally cutting off the top of that and it should respond less, look. See, it's less aggressive there. But what I can show you in here is I'm literally cutting off anything that is above that sound. So for example, I've cut off now anything that's louder than minus 17 dB. It's just chopped. And that, you see how quiet the drums are now. They're right down there, look. Because it's not letting anything past here go 17 dB. But if I bring it up to 0, it lets the drum out. So that's hard clipping. That's clipping in general. If you do soft clip, it just affects where that clip is happening. So a soft clip is, instead of it being like a hard cut off at 0 dB, it's like a curve. So the closer you get, it's kind of rounding it off, which is, some would say, a bit more musical, right? So that's what soft clipping is here, and you can see it in the graph what it's doing. So the more I soft clip, you can see the more it's literally chopping off. So soft clipping stops it from going over 0 dB, because in 0 dB, basically it's fine in the DAW for the most part, but as soon as you get into the real world, the analog world, where it's on your speaker, you'll hear it start to clip, and it will start to like distort and cause problems, and it won't sound so clear. Like that's essentially what's happening there, because the speaker can't move as far as what it's asking it to. And so that's where clipping comes in, and it can like damage hardware and stuff for the expensive stuff. I wouldn't worry about small speakers for now. It will just sound like a mess. But like, yeah, so that's what clipping is. So literally, you're literally clipping is cutting the signal, whereas a compressor is squashing the signal down. So instead of what it's doing, a compressor is not allowing, or it's trying to, say for example, it's peaking at I don't know, plus 10 dB, and you whack a compressor on it, and maybe you do, I don't know, a ratio of 2 to 1 on it, or whatever it is, and it will squash it to maybe 5 dB instead of 10 dB, but it will still be the whole sound. Whereas a clipper, if you chop it at like 5 dB, like everything above it is just gone, and it's just like it's gone, just deleted. Yeah. So that's the difference between a clipper and a compressor. But with a clipper, what you can do is you can make things a bit louder, because you're clipping off bits of transient and stuff that you can't hear. So normally there'll be bits of frequency which will be like super high end or super low end, and you won't be able to hear them, and it will just literally cut them off. And so that way the perceived volume, the bit in between, sounds louder. There's a lot of technical stuff in there, but like the short of it is, if you're clipping it, you're literally cutting it off. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And so compressor is just basically just turning it down. It's making it quieter. It's squashing the track, just saying, okay, if it goes above this volume, start turning the track down. And so that's what it's doing there with the compressor. So it's a very big difference in how they work. Both of them reduce volume, but one keeps the whole volume and squashes it, and the other one just cuts it. And if you can basically, if say a vocal was very loud and you clipped it like halfway, you would only get like half the sound. Yeah, above clipper, no sound. Yeah, and compressor equals low sound. Absolutely, that's the one. That's a good way to remember it. That's perfect. So that's essentially what you got there. So it's that took a long that takes people sometimes a long time to learn. As long as you can remember that, that's kind of like, at least you know what you're doing when you're like, they're like saying, okay, put a clipper on it. Maybe they're putting a clipper on it because, well, they might not know why they're putting a clipper on it, because they might do it because everyone else has got a clipper. Now you know, right? You might, for example, want a drum and you like the sound when it's really loud, but you don't want it to screw up your mix. Yeah. So absolutely, and clippers fine. They use clippers in mastering all the time. So this is something to usually do to get a track louder, and so they'll trim off like bits of tracks so they can make it louder overall. So yeah. Well, they've got different uses. For example, so say for example you've got a singer, and some of the words are very loud and some of them are very quiet when she's singing. A compressor can, for example, it reduces the dynamic range. So basically, you don't have many peaks and troughs. So you have loud bits and quiet bits, and it will basically bring them together. So it doesn't. So you could say, she could be singing and say like, "Hello," and "hello" is like super loud and it feels very close. But then like "goodbye" would be like super far away. You could bring them in the same thing closer together, so they don't sound so far apart. And so that's what your compressor is doing. A clipper they're kind of for different purposes, I would say. Clipper is for, say for example, you like the sound of a drum when it's super loud, but you don't want it to wreck or clip at the end of it. So you want to be able to play it on a speaker, but you like the sound of where it is when it's pushed super loud. You can literally turn the volume up and then clip everything up from the top, and then you get that the bottom bit of the sound which you're actually hearing instead of the clipping is what you'll get. So I can show you this actually. If I go here and I pull up the free clip again, if I turn off the hard clip. So now if I turn the volume up, you see how you hear the distorted part of the kick, but it's now not hitting above 0 because I've turned it down. So that's 12 dB up. Yeah, so that's the kind of thing that you could do. So, and that way you get that distorted sound without it like crushing your mixer pieces. Whereas otherwise, if I turned up 12 dB, it would. I mean, I'll for demonstration, I'll show you. Hopefully, it doesn't deafening anyone. But you see what it's doing to the mix. There's not enough room. The limiter is really like struggling to not crush the rest of the track. It's literally squashing everything because the kick is so big. So that's something to keep in mind. So there is a difference between them, yeah? So that's why you use clipping. So if you wanted an 808 to be loud and you like the distortion it has, like, sure, turn the volume up, but then you clip it so then you don't wreck the rest of the track, and you keep that like below 0 at the very least, or wherever you need it in the mix. So that's where you'd use a clipper, like, design wise. Outside of that, I mostly use a compressor, not for like trying to make the track loud. I tend to use a compressor just for making sure things aren't too loud or too quiet, so it kind of keeps the track together. It feels a bit more glued, a bit more cohesive, because without it can sound really far apart if you've got a very dynamic mix, which is basically lots of louds and quiet parts. So for example, I've got a compressor on my master bus just to trim and squash it together a little bit, and it's not doing a lot, but like I've got a few dB. There is a compressor just in LMMS. This is also a free one. So when I gave you that link to TDR Tokyo Labs, right, that link in there, if I give you that link, yeah, this one, you got Nova. They also do a compressor. This is the compressor. I love this compressor. Honestly, it's so good. They've got loads of really good free versions of the plugins, and they're awesome. And I use them. Loads of people use them because they're just great. I would love to pay for it, but I'm not rich, so eventually I'll buy it, I'm sure. But I use this plugin all the time, Molotov, this one, and it's just lovely. It sounds so good. Responds well, works with LMMS for the most part. So that's not really a problem. But there are compressors you can use. So let me grab so for example, like in this bus here, you can go in here, add compressor. You've got all sorts of compressors here. So you've got, not only have you got the sidechain compressor, you've got multi-band compressor, you've got a mono compressor, and all of these things. So for example, they all do the same thing. Essentially, you set a threshold, and it says if the volume goes above this threshold or this level, essentially, then you squash the track. By how much is like where the ratio comes in. So you say, okay, if it goes above 10 dB, you start to squash the track, and then the ratio would be like, by how much do I want it at this 1:1, 2:1, or 3:1? So basically, if it's 1 dB and you're at 2:1 above, it will squash it 2 down. So then you get a more deeper side chain and you get a more of a pumping effect. And some people like to do that for design, or it might be you need it to control the dynamics. That's something, yeah. And then on the other side of the compressor, you've got attack and release. And attack is essentially how quickly the compressor squashes the sound down. So, for example, if you're making a noise, it would be like, how quickly do you turn the speaker down? And then release is how quickly you turn the speaker back up once you've finished being too loud. You know what I mean? So that's essentially where it is. And that's what you call the ADSR. But those are things that you'll get to experiment with. I'll probably say at a later date. The best way I could describe it is to fiddle with it. For example, I don't really want to screw with my settings too much because I don't want to wreck what I've done in this track. But give me a sec. Let me see if I can. Did I even add anything in here? I don't think I did. That was a demo, wasn't it? So if I go here and if I go, if I load up Molotov, because this is great. This is great. It's a great compressor. This one. So if I go here. Why would you put the attack and the release on just on the max? Well, basically the attack is so you could adjust how much of the transient you want to come through it every time. So if you have a slower attack, it means that more of the loud sound will come through initially. If you have a very fast attack, you can really crush a transient down. And the transient is, for example, on the kick. I'll demonstrate this. What I'll do, this would be the best way to show you. Let's kind of turn into quite the teaching session. If I grab this, I'll put a Molotov on the top, right? I'll put the compressor on. It's quite a visual one, so it should hopefully be easy to see. So I grab this. And then if I do a really fast attack, listen to what happens to the drum. It's kind of killed the transient in there. Slow attack. Lets more through. It'll be better if I do this, look. You'll be able to hear it more. So here, we've got super slow attack, so it's super slow to react, look. Transient's already happening, it's turning it down by 2 dB, because it's like half a second. The more aggressive it is, the less transient it's letting through, so it's much quieter, right? So now you can hardly hear it because it's turning it down so much. Because this bit is where it's triggering. See here? So you don't want to you set an attack maybe. It really depends. Really, I think there's a guy. What's his name? Kush something on YouTube, and House of Kush. And the way he described it is like he basically uses the compressor as a texture, and so you can really change the way like a hi-hat sounds by using the compressor, like, because instead of it being, maybe it's a very sharp hi-hat or a ride cymbal and it's quite a sharp, like, bang, you know, ching, very sharp transient, you can use a compressor to smooth it out. So instead of it being loud, like a super loud peak, you can move that peak using the compressor, so it's like a sliding, sort of like a much softer hat. So there's things you can do with the compressor which, you know, can really change how things sound, which is quite a cool thing to do. So House of Kush is definitely something I'd recommend, but it's more for when you get a feel for like setting your volume levels and doing these things. I'll tell you, there's another thing that's really useful, super useful. This may help you straight out the gate. Actually, is there's a plugin which I use all the time, which will really help you with what they call gain staging. No, I'm glad. No, it's not a drama at all, man. So, for example, I've got here in my drum bus, I've got here a plugin, MV meter, right? Now, this MV meter here is basically, it's like I suppose it's the closest thing to natural hearing volume. Okay, and so this is what this is kind of giving you here. So if I go and set a reference, for example. So this will be my track reference. There's a reason. I'll tell you what. There's a couple of reasons why I do things the way I do. You'll see here, it's very rare for me to like adjust the mixer because what I'm using is a gain plugin. Because what you don't have on here is a trim, which you can use on the bus. So you don't have to do this. You could turn the volume down and then route it into a different bus, for example. But on here, I like to turn it on a trim plugin, so then I can use my MV meter and I've got an actual true reference out of the track that I'm using in, unless I'm busing it to somewhere else, like I've got here. Even this one's at 0 dB, so it's not adding anything, it's not taking anything away. And then I can use my MV meter on it. And if I, for example, go, where's my drums? Where's my drums? It was here. Yeah, so if I use an MV meter here, because I've got the gain plugin, did I even use that? I didn't. If I set it to 0, I'll get the actual volume out of the track. And so I know what it's actually listening to. That's what I've got at 0 dB. It's set at -3, my kick. -2, -3, roughly. So it's -3 on average. So that's a true, that's kind of like my true value coming out there, because I've not adjusted it, I've not raised it, made it quieter. This will be acting on the signal coming in, but not on the signal going out. So that's a really useful one to have. So with that in mind, a super useful rule of thumb that I like to do is I set my bass 6 dB quieter than my kick on average, generally. And that's usually a good place to start. So say, for example, you've got your 808 and your kick at the top, and that'll be whatever reference you've got. So whether that's 0, -5, -6, -12, whatever. My bass would then be, so if I set my kick at -12, my bass would then be at -12 minus another 6. So it's going to be about -18 overall. So that's what I do, and that's a good place for the bass to sit from where a kick is. And it obviously varies from track to track, but it's a good rule of thumb to have. And then vocals will be slightly louder than bass, but less than your kick, right? So there's just these little things in mixing that like just take a while to figure out, and at least if you've got some good guidelines, that will help you a lot. And then at least if you say, for example, you've mixed everything at -12, then you can just turn up the track at the other end. And that's what this whole gain staging business is about. Like, they call it gain staging, really it's just volume control. So yeah, I mean, hopefully that will be something that's something that tripped me up as well. So I'm hoping that will be helpful for you as well, just to try and get your mix sounding all right, and then you can worry about EQ like later. You know what I mean? Like, worry about EQ later. Like, that's when you start to get more serious about it. You're like, oh, I've got mud here. I've got this, that. Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. I know I spent so much time talking, honestly, but I could, like, there's so much to learn. Like, I really don't mind. I really don't mind teaching. So yeah, hopefully that's helped you anyway. But if you've got any questions, feel free to shoot them out. I got no problem with that. I got to try and remember where I got to now. What was I doing? Oh dear. Right, I was sorting out volume, wasn't I? There was a volume adjustment I made there. I did that. There we go. The pad needs a filter, so we're going to create an automation A for the pad. Gosh, man, it's nearly midnight as well. I have to sleep soon. But like, first, the thing is, what I want to do, because I want to try and get something finished, because I've been working on so many tracks. It's just, practice does make perfect, mate. Pad filter. So I think I might do pad high pass here. And I want to try and get to the finish, because I've been working on so many tracks. It's just the hardest bit is like, as you improve, like, your standards go up, and then it starts to take longer and longer to finish a track, because there's just more stuff that you learn and you pick up along the way. Listen to it there. So I go high pass filter here.
Feel you beside me when I close my eyes. Sometimes I feel like
I really like this. Oh dear. So now here, this is part of this automation business, right? Over here I want it nice and loud, so I put the filter quite low. Not 0, but low. And then here is where the fun bit is. So at the minute I've got the vocal side change to the pad, but I don't know if I need it. I might have to switch it on and off. That pad is hard to hear. I need more volume on it. Let's give it another dB. No man, I know. Like a drum kit, honestly, you'd have to be a complete asshole if you wanted to like screw someone for using a drum. If they put a drum kit up there, it's gonna be up for use. If someone's got a drum kit and they're saying you can't use this without my permission, don't fucking bother with it. Get a different drum kit. Do you know what I mean? Like the whole point of like getting drum samples, like to be honest, most of my music I use an aim and break. Do you know what I mean? And it's like at that point they're kind of taking the piss. Like if they're selling a drum pack or you get a free sample, they can't copy you for that because everybody uses it and it's a drum. And so they've got to prove that it's exactly the same thing. You could process it a different way. As soon as you process it in a different way, bam! It's kind of the argument is, well, is it the same drum? So no, you'll be all right, man. As long as you've got the only thing you'd have to be careful of is like if you were sampling another track and unless it's an official remix, and it depends how much you've got of it. It depends on if it's an exact clone. Do you know what I mean? So like if say for example if I decided to sample Michael Jackson, they'd probably flag that up because like the label is nuts. They'll be like, no, that's Michael Jackson. How dare you? We want everything that comes from that track, regardless. They will copyright claim you and wherever it is. But if you modify the sample so much that you can't recognise what it is, then that's also your fair game. Then do you know what I mean? You're all right. You can get away with it. So it's a sticky ground with sampling, but like it really depends. It really depends. So what I would recommend is if you're using sampling, unless there's certain things which you get away with. From my standpoint, like taking a bit of drum break and using that in a bit of a track for drum and bass is fine. Like generally, I've never known anyone to get like copyrighted for a drum break because so many people use drums. It's impossible. However, like certain samples, or if there's a remix or someone else has already done it, that's another thing. Splice vocals, you're fine. Generally, most vocals you're fine unless they're off big artists who are already in big labels and they've already done that because they're the greediest ones, right? Everyone else outside of that isn't too bothered. They're kind of probably a bit flattered that you've been used as a sample or a remix. Maybe some people might be miffed, but like if you can use creative use of it, then great. But like as long as you give, I'd say, how would I do it? If it warrants it, then you'd give like credit for whoever the samples come from. It depends on how much you do it, or at least speak to them, see if they're okay with you using it, or that would be worst case scenario. But yeah, as for drums, no, you're fine, man. Like, I wouldn't worry about that shit at all. Otherwise, no one would make music, would they? And especially if you're making it for fun and you stick it on Spotify, whatever, man. Like, who cares? You know what I mean? Like, unless they flag it up and they copyright claim you, but I don't know. I mean, I doubt it will happen. It's never happened to me. It's never happened to anyone that I know, not over drums. And people use the same drum kits all the time. I think on that you're fine. Well, you never know, dude. You never know. Stranger things have happened. That actually comes in really nice. I really like this. For a random idea that I had at silly o'clock like last night, it's not too bad. I'm kind of not complaining too much. I think what I can do though is just nudge this down a little. That needs to be a little louder. Let's do minus 9.5 dB there.
Feel you beside me when I close my eyes. Sometimes I feel like I am losing my mind.
High pass. Yeah, it's or a low pass filter. Yeah, high pass or low pass. But what you see, it will be called literally in LMMS here. It will be called it will say high pass filter 1 pole, and essentially 1 pole just means it's just one part of the filter that's moving. It's not like multiple bands, it's one band. It's just like a big sweep. Okay, that's not too bad. So now, what I think I can do, I can start building a little bit of an outro, or at least a section that you just wind it down now, because I don't want this track to go on forever. It's just supposed to be a little bit of fun, this one. Gosh, pardon me. Sorry. That's what I get for drinking a fizzy drink. Right, so we've got the drum. We'll just whack the drums out here, so that can just keep going. What I might need to do is add in a couple of little small details like impacts here and there, just to try and help. In fact, I might do that in a second. And really what this will do is it'll just try and help enhance the drop, but I don't want to overdo it. It's just going to be very subtle. So if I go drum impact, and we'll just add a sample straight in here. And this should be pretty cool. So if I grab an impact like this. Also see that the melody piano rolls like notes, but I put everything in this tab and I see a blue solid thing. Ah, so the blue solid thing, this thing, that's your drums, okay? So for example, if you wanted to add a piano, I would recommend adding it as a new instrument. So for example, I've got all this like pad here, mid bass. This is an instrument, this is serum. What I would do is if you've got a piano VST, add in the new VST. So let me get rid of that because I don't need that. Add in a new VST. So you go in here, add in the VST or an instrument, for example, wherever it's piano, whatever it is. Put that in here, right? So that's at the bottom, and then you open up the piano roll down here. Yeah. So that's what I'll do, and then you can have them both. You got both your drum and your cool like Game Boy sounds. Yeah. But you make it in this tab. Ah, what? So you want to make it in? Oh, you make it in the drum tab. You can make it in the drum tab. Yeah, you can. You can actually make it in the drum rack. You absolutely. You can. It's an option. For me, I just find that way harder to do as an arrangement. So it absolutely is possible. It's like you could drop it in here and you can open it in piano roll, right? You can also grab that piano roll and stick it back into here. Yeah, absolutely. That's right. So what you'd have to do if you did it that way, you'd have to create a separate drum rack with only this instrument in it. So for example, this is called Clone of Hi-Hat 1 because it's like my half speed half-speed hats, right? That's what this was. Yeah. So then, for example, in here I've got shakers in this one, so you just have to create a new one and just put that in its own. So I've got multiple ones. I think you can change the color in here as well. Not that I do it, but like, you know, it might help you. It might help you. And then at least it won't all be blue, right? It'll be like different colors. So that might be an idea. I should really do that to make them tidy, but because it's such a pain to do. I'm going to make them all red now because I can. There we go. And then like you could literally change the color there, so then you know what's your drum, what's your, you know, whatever else it may be. So that could be handy, especially if you're using them in the drum rack. That would probably be a good shout, I think. So hopefully that's helpful. Let me go grab an impact out my impact box of impactful things. I don't know if I want that one. Eeny, meeny, miny impacts. That's a bit much, isn't it? Let's try. This one, I think. This is the candidate right here. I think that'll sound nice. But not so loud. We just want a subtle bit in there, so we just mix it in slow. I needed. I completely forgot about it. But I needed a ride hat. And that was something that I was looking for before I went into teaching mode. And now I suddenly remembered that I'm just like flipping heck. I forgot my ride hat. And that's what I was looking for, wasn't I? Right, let me see if I can. There you go. Must have a nice one somewhere. Trying to find the right sample is a tricky part. Not the worst. It needs some processing, but like I like the sound of that, to be fair.
Sometimes I feel like I am losing my mind.
Oh, that's red. Whoops. It's a little quiet. It needs the ringing out of the thing. That's what I'm not too keen on. I need to do that. Let me sort this out. Yeah, I know. Honestly, it's a bit of a minefield trying to find it. It's just ride hats for me is one of those tricky things that it's like trying to find the right one. Oh, now that sounds good. That sounds good. Okay, let's test this out. Hang on. 2 ride hats, I think. One is a big crash. I need maybe a crash. But this one, that's a nice little one to just tick around in the background. That one, this one, I like that. I like that a lot. This one is quite nice. Let's try and mix that in, shall we? Deal with that colour though. It's putting me off. Where do I live? I live in the UK. Actually living in Wales at the minute. So but yeah, I wasn't always I didn't always live in Wales, but I moved from London. Let me add this into my ride hat bus. But if you were in like Canada, would you think would I like living in Canada? Oh, that is a question, isn't it? You know what? I like the idea of Canada. I'm not too sure about your the president. Oh no. If you were liking Canada, what do you mean? No, read back. Hang on. Oh, okay. Oh, where do you live? Oh, yeah, because I'm going to go sleep right now, I think. Yeah, but if you're like in Canada, I think. Oh, like that. Oh, no. Yeah. No, gotcha. Sorry. I missed that bit. Yeah. No, that's fine, dude. If you're going to go to sleep, no problem. I need to call it soon anyway. I mean, really, I should have called it already. It's like midnight, past midnight here. No, but it's been good. Like, it's good. I'm glad. Hopefully I've helped you. Like, it'd be good to hear some of your stuff, dude. Like, if you join my Discord, then I can hear and I can help you. Yeah? Oh, you live right next to the UK? Where do you live then, dude? Where do you live? Like, for some reason I assumed you were like from the US. I'm sorry, man. Netherlands. Oh, I thought I could have sworn you're from the US, dude. Because when you know what it was, it's because you were talking about like Kenny Beats, and I was like, I watch Kenny Beats, like I watch him from time to time, and that's what. Oh man, threw me off completely. That's good. Yeah, no problem, dude. I've got to go sleep anyway, so it's not a big drama, man. Not a big drama at all. So no, that's good. That's cool. I don't know if I want a double speed hat here, to be honest. Yeah, man. Link me a SoundCloud. Better still, like join my Discord and then you can send it to me in there, and then I can have a listen to it, man. I want to be able to hear it. But yeah, you should put it on if you've got it on SoundCloud, because I'll have a listen. Yeah, good stuff, man. I think it should work. I think I updated the link the other day, but try that. Yeah, I think that's the right link. I think so anyway. 122 messages deleted by a moderator. What's happening? Oh no, what happened? What did it do? My bot did something. What did it do? Oh, what the heck happened there, man? Sorry, I can only apologise. It's my overzealous bot that did something. Oh, you don't have any? Yeah, no rush. Link me a SoundCloud then, dude. Link me a SoundCloud, like, and then I can help you with it, man. Oh shit, yeah, hang on, no, I can do it. Hang on. I know how to do it, wait. Permits. I learned how to do this, dude. Okay, yeah, go on. Sorry, link it now. That's my fault, man. I forgot about it. You should be able to do it now. There we go. I got you, dude. I got you. Nice one. There we go. Little someone. Got you, man. No problem. I'll have a listen to the first ever beat shortly. No, I got it. There you go. Wait, okay. I'm waiting. You have to warn me. The claps. I think I can guess where they are from in the waveform, mate. Don't worry. When I'm mixing, I never listen above 20%. I mean, 20% is pretty much, that's my mixing level in Windows. Let alone inside this as well. So don't worry, I never listen to anything like full volume. Never, so it's fine. Double. I don't know if this is the right hat for me, but it's pretty close. So let me get rid of this. Let me do this one. We'll do a double speed like hat here, because I almost feel like it needs to be like a faster one, but I just don't know yet. Ride hat's always tricky for me now. I totally didn't click on mute. That's not a problem, man. No problem, no problem. To mess around with the drums a little, but not too bad. I think that'll do for tonight. I think I might finish this off next week or over the weekend. But yeah, I'm gonna call it here anyway, dude. So no, honestly, I appreciate it. I appreciate the follow as well. I'll definitely have a listen to this off stream. But yeah, good stuff, man. Like, I need to get some sleep as well because I've got work in like not many hours. But yeah, no, it's awesome. It's nice to meet you, dude. But yeah, definitely keep in touch. It'd be cool. It'd be cool to hear. I want to hear what you've done, man. So very good, very good. Yeah, cheers, dude. I appreciate that. Honestly, like I've worked hard. It's nice to get that. It's nice to get that little bit of feedback. I know I'm a bit of an unprofessional scrub, but anyway. Thank you everyone for tuning in. I'm going to call it here. I'm going to put this on the outro so you can all listen to my interpretation music, and I'll catch you all next time. Have a good one. See you later, everybody. Bye.